All right, guys, welcome in. I have a lot to cover tonight. I had a very massive show in store. I still do, and we're going to get to that. I also, though, want to give you obviously my thoughts on some of the developments that took place since we last spoke at the members show Friday, or for those of you who are not members, on the regular show Thursday, because there's been a massive international development, obviously, with the United States once again officially at war. And if you followed me for very long, even if you've only followed me for a short little bit of time, you probably know I am vehemently in opposition to war in nearly every instance. I'm a just war guy. I do believe there is a time that you have to defend yourself. And but I think there are factors and elements that can help you determine whether or not that time has arisen, and whether or not war would at that point be necessary. And obviously, I think that's a very high bar to hurdle, and it includes having been attacked or in nearly certain and imminent threat of attack. And I don't know that either one of those were substantiated in this instance. So obviously, I have strong opinions on what has taken place over the weekend, and my open deals somewhat with that. I'll be happy to take questions on that. I don't want to do a whole show on it because everybody's doing a whole show on it. One of the things I've committed to on this program is I typically try to bring you fresh takes that you're not just going to get anywhere else. If you can turn on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News or PBS Story Hour or whatever they have on air these days, or you can turn on some other podcast and get the exact same thing I'm giving you, then why would you tune in here? I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. And so I don't have particularly strong thoughts other than what's in my open, and obviously the willingness to be an open book. It's a commitment I've made to you that I will open up the end of the program for Q&A, and I do it. Sometimes I answer upwards of 250 or 300 questions before we leave here every single night. So happy to entertain anything you have on that. Some of you will notice some changes to the set relative to what's happened. So be happy to talk about that when the time is right. But in the meantime, I do want to get into the opening. This was a heavy opening to write, but honestly, it did not take long to write. It just sort of vomited out of my head. There was the only little time it took was to fact check a few things. This is an issue I feel so strongly about it. It just comes out. It just happens. So, and I apologize. I've not yet had a chance to finish my afternoon tea, so you may see me guzzling down a little Ahmad number one while we chat to make sure I have a sufficient caffeine boost to survive the evening. All right. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to get into my opening statement, and apologize if the mood seems a little sour, but I am again, I'm just so vehemently opposed to war and sick about the loss of life that's already happened. And surely to happen on into the future. But I do want to give you your opening statement. And tonight's show is going to be explosive. I think tonight's show is going to be huge. I try not to oversell stuff. My general rule of thumb is to undersell and overdeliver. And I think I've done that. I think tonight's show is going to be pretty explosive. So we'll get to the content as well. Was hoping we wouldn't have to do a dark, heavy open, but here we are. So here is, ladies and gentlemen, your opening statement. From the moment Donald Trump first descended the golden escalator in Trump Tower to announce his candidacy for the president of the United States in June of 2015, his very existence has elicited a wave of opposition. That opposition only intensified through the entirety of his first term in office. The opposition culminated in the departure from office on January of 2021 under impeachment from the U.S. House of Representatives. The global resistance to Trump was multifaceted. It included mass protests, legal scrutiny, governmental investigations, and even repercussions for his civilian supporters and voters. Trump's opponents viewed his rhetoric on immigration, race, and women as inflammatory and historically problematic. Before he even won the primary, protests disrupted his rallies with interruptions. The opposition peaked during his term with estimates of sustained high-level protests throughout, often outnumbering pro-Trump events. Organized protest formed a core of the anti-Trump movement. The Women's March on January 21, 2017, the day after Trump's inauguration, drew between 3 and 5 million participants worldwide. There were about 500,000 in Washington, D.C. alone. Those numbers made it one of the largest single-day demonstrations in U.S. history at the time. The women's movement against Trump on gender equality, civil rights, LGBT issues, and reproductive freedom was fierce. The protests featured pink hats vaguely resembling a caricature of women's genitalia as a symbol against Trump's recorded comments on women. Marches occurred in over 670 locations across 6 continents, including turnouts of 400,000 in New York City and 250,000 in Chicago. This event inspired an environment of ongoing activism that would define his entire first term. The month after Trump took office inspired the She Persists movement that emerged in February of 2017 when Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell silenced Senator Elizabeth Warren during Jeff Sessions' confirmation hearing. She was reading a letter from Coretta Scott King criticizing Jeff Sessions' civil rights record. McConnell's remarks included the line, "Nevertheless, she persisted." It was an attempt to rebuke Senator Warren for continuing to debate when her time had expired. Nearly overnight, it became a feminist rallying cry. It was adopted for tattoos, merchandise, and as a theme for Women's History Month. Supporters claimed it symbolized women's resilience against silencing and expanded its use to broader advocacy for gender equality. The movement birthed groups like Emily's List to highlight pro-choice Democratic women opposing Trump's policies. Then there was the all-encompassing movement known as the Resistance. The Resistance brought together various anti-Trump factions as a liberal anti-authoritarian movement after the 2016 election. The Resistance used hashtags like resist and the resistance on social media to oppose Trump's agenda. It included diverse actions from airport protests against Donald Trump's 2017 travel ban all the way to demonstrations against family separation policies in 2018. Diverse subgroups formed to mobilize grassroots efforts to pressure lawmakers and organize town halls. And who can forget the Black Lives Matter movement? Black Lives Matter had been around a few years before Trump took office in January of 2017, but the group surged during Trump's term, particularly after the death of George Floyd in May of 2020. Black Lives Matter unquestionably led the broadest geographic spread of demonstrations in U.S. history. In June of 2020, at the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, protests occurred in nearly 40% of U.S. counties. There were millions participating nationwide. The protests turned violent in many places, with property vandalized or destroyed and people injured or killed. Trump's response only escalated the tensions. It drew more supporters to Black Lives Matter. Other notable protests during his first term included the March for Science in April of 2017, had over 1 million participants in 600 cities opposing Trump's environmental policies. There was the 2018 Families Belong Together rally against child separation. There was the National Student Walkout in 2018, anti-racism protests in 2020, all highlighting the youth involvement. And then there were government actions against Trump. They were extensive. The Mueller investigation, launched in 2017, probed allegations of Russian interference in the 2016 election and potential obstruction by Trump. The special prosecution resulted in 34 indictments against random players, but no real indictments or charges against anyone who mattered, including the president. In September of 2019, a whistleblower complaint about a telephone conversation between President Trump and Ukraine's president eventually led to a House impeachment inquiry over the incident. Trump was alleged to have withheld $391 million in aid in order to motivate Ukraine to launch investigations into former Vice President, Joe Biden. The House impeached Trump on December 18, 2019 for 2 counts, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The Senate acquitted him on both counts on February 5th of 2020. A second impeachment, believe it or not, followed the events at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. The House impeached him on January 13 for incitement of insurrection, making Donald Trump only the third president ever impeached and the first ever impeached twice. The Senate, of course, acquitted him on February 13th after he had already left office. In addition to the Mueller investigation into the alleged Russian collusion and impeachment efforts in Congress, Trump was investigated by the House Intelligence Committee's Russian inquiry, and there were state-level lawsuits over emolument clauses violations. Trump supporters and voters faced various consequences in their private life. Some only experienced social ostracism, like the loss of friendships or even family ties due to their support for Trump. People were denied access to restaurants or other public accommodations if they tried to enter wearing clothing supportive of President Trump. Boycotts targeted Trump-affiliated businesses, affecting some supporters economically. In workplaces, others were fired. Your humble host nearly was fired when a customer complained after searching my name on Google and finding I had been professionally associated with Trump supporters during my previous employment. The leadership of the company supported me and pushed back against the customer, but not before several coworkers found out I had supported Trump and had affiliated with Trump supporters. My coworkers, lobbied the management to have me fired, and some even left employment when I wasn't. All this is to say the opposition to Trump was large, varied, and fierce. The public polling in his first administration showed his support often mired in the mid-30s. Occasionally, it jumped into the low 40s. For reference, the most recent numbers during his second term show mostly the same level of support. Given the nearly 4 full years of protests and opposition to Trump during his first full term, including massive public and often violent protests and opposition to Trump, it's not hard to imagine what the reaction would have been from many of those same opponents and protesters if Donald Trump had been removed from office. Imagine this scenario. The impeachments succeeded and Donald Trump is removed from office. Or imagine he's indicted by the Mueller probe, convicted, or even imprisoned. It's not hard to sit here today and visualize what inevitably would have happened. There would have been mass gatherings of hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps even millions. Trump's opponents taking to the streets in jubilant celebration. It's not hard to visualize, in part because we were treated to nearly 4 solid years of those exact types of mass gatherings. It makes it easy to imagine them. It makes it easy to visualize people assembling at the news of his removal. For that matter, and to show it's not strictly partisan, go back in time just one president before Trump, President Barack Obama. Remember the Tea Party? Millions of Americans took to the streets time and time again to protest Obama and his policies. To say those same Tea Partiers wouldn't have been exuberantly celebrating in the streets at the news of his removal is an understatement. I lived it. I was there. I was in those same protests. I was friends and colleagues with those same protesters and many of the leaders. The celebration would have been uncontainable. And that's why I'm not moved much by the scenes of Iranians inside and outside of Iran celebrating the removal of the Ayatollah over the weekend. That's not to weigh in on whether his removal ultimately will be good or bad for the average Iranian citizen. But it is to weigh in on the idea that the presence of groups celebrating his removal is, in fact, evidence that his removal is either universally or even overwhelmingly popular inside of Iran. And if it's not evidence of sweeping public support for his removal, then it's obviously not evidence that it was the right thing to do. Again, time will tell whether it turns out to be a net negative or a net positive for the average Iranian. Again, I bring it back home. If the removal of Obama or Trump would have resulted in similar scenes here in America, would the publication of those scenes abroad have been evidence to the people abroad that removing Obama or Trump was either popular or good? The answer obviously is no. As fierce as the opposition to Trump and Obama was during each of their respective first terms in office, they both had fierce supporters and loyalists. Those supporters and loyalists obviously would have been counted among those, hold on, let me reread what I wrote. Those supporters and loyalists obviously would not have been counted among those celebrating their respective removals. And the images of those supporters being disappointed or perhaps even outraged at the removal of the respective presidents, those images wouldn't have made the B-roll being splashed all over televisions and social media channels globally. What the celebratory images we're being treated to this weekend show, however, is the explicit bias of the people showing them, the explicit bias of the people using the images to support their political and foreign policy positions. I personally have no idea how popular the Ayatollah's removal is inside of Iran, and you don't either. The reality is nobody does. Anybody claims to have accurate polling out of Iran is lying to you. But what we do know is he was in his position for nearly 47 years. And what we know is that Iran has more than 90 million people. And what we do know is that in those 47 years, those 90 million people did not remove him from power. What we will know, what we will find out now that he's been removed, is how those 90 million people will react to the vacuum of power created by his sudden absence. And with that, that is your opening statement. It's a complex issue. It's a complex issue. Let me apologize while I get a little hit off of this. Okay, here we go. I have a pretty wild show today. A pretty wild show. And I want to start off the show by giving you a video refresher of who we're going to be talking about today. This is a hold on, let me pause that so I can get that down. This is a video that was taken in the immediate aftermath of the Charlie Kirk neutralization in Utah on September 10th. I played this video before. Just for our YouTube overlords, there is no blood, no gore, so don't worry about it. Don't panic. Don't get all bent out of shape. We're focusing on this guy in the backwards hat right here with the curly hair. I'll let it roll. There's a little noise with it. That's our guy there at the bottom part of the screen. We've talked about him before. We have been introduced to this guy before. Here's what happened. Here's what happened with this guy. Oh, hold on. Let me pull this video. Here's what happened with this guy. I had my show on him. We're going through the basics, right? We're going back to the basics. We're having our shows on each of the individual people. I'm showing you a little of the files that we've collected on these people. We're doing a little research in real time, trying to come up with some supplementary stuff. And after that video, after that show, I received one of the wildest videos I've ever gotten in my life. And I sat on it initially. I thought, what is this? What do I make of this? And should I share it? That was my initial question. Should I share this video? I've talked to several people about it, and I finally decided, yes, I'll share portions of the video. So tonight, I will show you some of it. It's nuts. I can't warn you anything. I just can only tell you it's nuts. But first, I want to give you just a little backup on who this guy is, just in case you don't remember. This is a photograph taken just before the event of our main character tonight. He's the guy on the lower left. He goes by David Sprague these days, D-A-V-I-D, David Sprague, S-P-R-A-G-U-E. Oh, please. I've lost the show. There we go. So Sprague, his birth name is James N. Rawlinson Jr. James N. Rawlinson Jr. This guy on the right, last name Gaffney. He was interviewed a couple times on TV, but Other than that, this is his Twitter feed. I preface everything tonight the way I always do. Don't contact these people. It's not worth it. They've been contacted before. Don't be the ones to harass them. You know, let's just let the facts that we discover speak for themselves. Do your own independent research if you want to, but try to leave them out of it. Particularly this guy on the right, but really both of them. There's no reason to contact either one of them at this point, especially after what you're going to learn tonight. I thought this was a little interesting initially. This guy on the right here said he was about 15 feet away, and as you can tell, that's pretty accurate. They're third or fourth row here. He has 11 minutes of 8K footage that he took before the shot. He initially put that up on Twitter. He's since pulled it down. I think he pulled it down very quickly, and it's no longer available that I can find. If anybody has it, I'll be happy to look at it. I think it'd be very revealing to see what was going on on the stage and around the stage during those 11 minutes. I've not released it yet. So far, nothing of value has been discovered, so releasing it soon. So that's him, though. That's a good front row picture of the day of the event. And he was there with a buddy. There were two of them in attendance. So that's a good explanation there. You saw the explanation of him saying USA, USA, USA. You saw that. And obviously, there were a lot of people who didn't appreciate it. They didn't find it very comforting that somebody would be chanting that in the immediate aftermath of a national treasure being taken down. And so this David, who goes by Art of the Power of X on Twitter, born James N. Rawlinson Jr., but goes by David Sprague, and I can find no evidence he legally changed his name. I think he just goes by that. He released this relatively awkward video in response, and it makes more sense to me now, I think, in light of what I've learned since. But let me just play a little bit of this so you can get an idea of kind of the tone and tenor. We've already played it once. I don't know that I need to play the whole thing through, but let me play a little bit of it just so you can get an idea of what the feel is of this thing. He's obviously reading a prepared statement.
The event opened with music, people throwing hats, and loud exchanges from different parts of the crowd. Some shouted offensive remarks directed at the LGBT community, while others made disparaging comments about the Prophet of Islam. There were also cheers, boos, and offensive hand gestures, mockery. The atmosphere carried an energy of confrontation more than dialogue.
Well, let me just pause you right there. Does this sound like a supporter of Charlie Kirk's? Does this sound like someone who went there to be a big fan of Charlie Kirk, to be supportive of what he's doing? I mean, I don't know a lot of Charlie Kirk supporters that initially their take of the event was that everybody there was hostile. Everybody there was jeering, and they were mocking Islam, and they were mocking Mormons, and they were mocking gay people, and I don't know a lot of people that was their take. And frankly, from the videos I've seen and from the interviews I've heard with it doesn't seem like that was the atmosphere. And so right off the bat, we're 20 seconds into his quote unquote apology video or his explanation video, and I instantly have this weird vibe that, wait a minute, this guy didn't seem like he belonged there. Well, we'll talk about that more in a minute. I'm sorry the volume's soft. He recorded it softly. I can't do much about it on my end.
The first debater tried to persuade Charlie to adopt Mormonism, but the exchange drifted into a disjointed back and forth of opinions. The audience eventually booed him off the platform. Another speaker raised the idea of restricting gun rights for transgender individuals, citing Donald Trump as an influence. He began to reference statistics and posed a question. Charlie's response turned to the subject of gang violence as a part of the mass shooting statistics. At that point, I did not see what happened directly. My head was lowered while I listened.
Okay, I don't want to play the whole 2 minutes. Frankly, it's because it's not very exciting, and it's just this same kind of tone the whole way. I'm not hiding the ball from you. I think you guys have seen it. It's available if you haven't. I played it in full last time I showed this, so it's 4 or 5 episodes ago. You can go back and watch it. But somebody clearly prepared that for him, or he prepared it and then just read it, right? And then he has this weird follow-up video a few hours later. Because apparently, or maybe the next day, the video you just saw went over like a turd in a punch bowl. Nobody liked it. Everybody's like, what are you talking about? Why are you coming here trashing Charlie Kirk supporters? Why are you in here trashing the conservatives that were at the event? What's wrong with you? And so people had a visceral reaction to it. Then He doesn't read a prepared response next. He just fires up the microphone and has a moment of crazy, in my opinion. Here's what it sounded like.
You know, all this chatter is absolutely incredible, but I'm actually really burnt. I'm honestly like the happiest person you have ever met in your entire life. And I am absolutely sick of all of my soldiers, including Charlie, dying so you guys can mock each other. Mock away and see what happens. I am done with my soldiers dying while everyone just mocks each other. Mock, mock, mock. You think that that's a solution? You know, every major religion speaks out against mockery. And I saw mockery, and I saw a mob just energized with mockery, absolutely laughing. This is John Oliver. This is Matt Walsh. This is Louder with Crowder. This is all the mockery that's existed on both sides of the equation. And it's killing my soldiers, my people. And I'm done. I don't want to see my men die anymore. I'm sick of it. I'm sick. I didn't see Charlie die. I stood up. My soldiers stand up, I stand up. And I'm not apologizing for standing up. I did what I was trained to do.
All right, so that's thoroughly terrifying. Like, that's the kind of video that makes you feel uncomfortable inside. I don't care who you are. That's the kind of video, honestly, that you think, the hell's wrong with this guy? I don't know if he's being serious or if he's just messing with people at this point, but he seems unstable. Just being honest again. Now, then there was one more piece that I want to kind of play, one more piece of the fallout that took place in the couple of days immediately following the Charlie Kirk event. There was a private DM that he had with somebody, and I remember last time I had a little trouble making this large enough for everybody to read it. That's certainly going to persist today as well. So I'll just kind of tell you, I'll show it to you, but I'll tell you what it says, and you can find this. It's available. But I will kind of explain what it says. Oh, goodness gracious. Here we go. It says, who should I be afraid of? Now, this is a direct message that he sent somebody in response to a comment or a solicited conversation on social media. And this is on September 13th, 3 days after Charlie Kirk passed, 1 day after that crazy ranting video we just saw, and 2 days after his scripted read the day before that. Who should I be afraid of more than the liars who said I cheered for Charlie's death, or leftists who have so little to live for they're willing to start aligning with terrorism? I was there to warn Charlie after the show. Pause. Stop. Warn him of what? What are we warning Charlie of? And why did you think you were the guy to warn him? Were you sent by somebody to talk to Charlie? You were going to warn him after the show? I've been to a lot of political events. After the show, the showman leaves. The candidate, the speaker, he's gone. He doesn't sit around to get warned by a guy in the fourth row. Back to his comment. My own people threw me to the wolves. Should I remain silent? Should I fear you more than what's coming? Pause. What's coming, sir? What do you have insight into? We'll talk about that tonight. Maybe he knows something we don't. Back to the message. By the way, the content you post will accelerate or slow down the inevitable. I really hope you're ready to fight the next wave of radical left terrorism. Stop, pause. He seems to know what's coming, and he seems to know it's terrorism. If I'm reading this message correctly, this is me talking. This is your humble host reading into this message 5, 6, 8 lines in. Back to the message. My own Christian people were so fast to believe a meme that it makes me question their intelligence. Tell me, next time you hear the crack, will you keep your head? Or will you fall the way everyone around me fell? I'm either crazy or the person with the most balls. Don't get it wrong. You'll be siding with the ones who want you to drop. Vigilance, vigilance, vigilance. Does this sound like a sane person? 15 minutes later, he sends this follow-up to the same person. Back to the message. I want peace, but not for those who don't want peace. I was in the 19th Special Forces. I have wings and wore a red beret. I own the night and free the oppressed. Pause. What the hell does that mean? This is me talking. This is back to your humble host. What does I own the night and free the oppressed mean? Okay, back to the message. I push with my brothers. I stood for Charlie. I am crazy and fast. Oh, and it looked like a total setup. No ambulance at an event like that? A high-power rifle that sounded like a 22? No, make that make sense. I yelled USA, and everyone was so busy with their moronic outrage that they failed to see any of the important details. I already talked to the FBI. I hope they're on our side. End quote. Well, that certainly doesn't bode well for the he's not crazy faction. He sounds even crazier there. And he mentioned he was in the 19th Special Forces. Whether that's true, I can't tell. I wasn't there. I'm building up. I'm giving you a little background on this guy. I'm building you up to one of the most bonkers, bananas videos I've ever reviewed in the history of broadcasting. I've been broadcasting in various media for 15 years. I've never in my life encountered something like I'm going to show you tonight. It's bananas. I don't know what to make of it. It's so bananas, I don't know what to make of it. My only choice is to bring it to you and say, what do you make of it? I want to quickly, just for the sake of knowing who this guy is, he's married. I want to show you a quick picture of his wife's Facebook page as it appeared on the day of the Charlie Kirk event. This is her very pro-Zionist, I stand with Israel page. This is her cover page. Oh, this is her cover picture. I stand with Israel. This is her. She's a beautiful young lady. It looks like they have a beautiful young child. So that's his wife. And then we go to who does his wife follow on social media. And we'll show you this just so you can see her cover picture is not strange. It's very much consistent with the types of people she follows. Birthright Israel, Schwarzkopfpro.Israel, I Am One for Israel, CBN Israel, the Bible Society in Israel, I Am Israel Film, Keep God's Land, about Israel's homeland, and Israel Food Rescue. So this is not someone who sits on the sideline in this debate. This is someone who's firmly entrenched in the fight. Not to say you should take one side or the other. I'm just pointing out the facts before I show you the crazy video. So now before I show you the video, I got to show you what brings me to this video. Why did any of this stuff stand out so that a video was needed? First, I got to show you some of his tweets. The wonderful Daisy has gone and found an archive of all his old tweets. We thought they were all deleted. He tried to delete them all. Little did he know, we've got the best researcher in America working on this right now. This is a tweet, just a normal tweet from December of 2024. This is 9 months before Charlie passes away. I'm trying to figure out how this platform works. I mean that in every sense. Notice there's normal spelling, there's normal capitalization, there's normal punctuation. The parenthetical reference is a sentence without terminal punctuation. But guys, we're not going to be too picky. He has a fascination or a seeming fascination with Elon Musk. Much of his tweets is dedicated to, much of his tweet history is dedicated to talking to Elon Musk, or at least talking towards Elon Musk. There's no evidence I think Elon Musk ever wrote back. This is Elon Musk saying, please stop using hashtags. The system doesn't need them anymore and they look ugly. Our friend David says, I agree, Elon Musk. Systems for tracking linguistics in association with their implications beyond what is expressed are advanced enough that hashtags are irrelevant and indeed inhibit efficient human interaction. Hashtags are also quite inconvenient and incredibly prone to error or abuse. I just noticed one spelling error. Everything else is pretty normal. normal capitalization, normal punctuation, complete sentences. We go to the next page. That was in December of 2024 also. Here's one from January 2025. This is in response to Real Trump News X. Would you support President Trump completely eliminating Pride Month and replacing it with Veterans Month? Here's what David said. I served my country for 6 years, and I'm not considered a veteran. I'm not LGBTQIA+. Also, I'm mixed race and in a mixed family. Also, worked my way out of homelessness 3 times. I don't see the point of these special days for special people. I've been left out of it. I've been left out of all of it. I'm not unhappy, but believe that we should all have something more meaningful. Again, a few spelling errors, but largely following the accepted rules of grammar as put forth in every English class in America. This again, January 2025. 95% of Trump supporters are happy that Trump is their president. Are you one of them? He responds, so not 100% of his supporters, just 95%. You talk to them, it almost seems as if he is perhaps a little hostile to President Trump. So this is just a sampling, just a few tweets to give you a feel, a taste for his tweeting style, because I want to show you a few tweets that landed on the radar of some podcasters, content creators, whatever you want to call people these days. I call them broadcasters because I'm old school. I'm 46 years old. Coach thinks I'm 67. Adfleet once thought I was 70. But I want to show you a few tweets that landed on the radars of some broadcasters. I want you to tell me what you think. We've drawn a yellow box around this top line because this tweet starts learn this and then has 2 random commas, that semicolon, an oath breaker is greater than a liar, liar misspelled, so trust is better than belief. This right here does not follow the traditional rules of grammar. The capitalization is all wrong. There's a spelling error. There's multiple commas. There's a semicolon that's in the wrong spot. There's another semicolon that's in the wrong spot. There are 2 periods at the end of the sentence. It's almost like this is a different person tweeting. And then he goes on with this really bizarre set of words. Now this, I'll give you the date of this before I read the rest of it. This was from October 17th of 2025. So this was after the Charlie Kirk event. This is about 5 weeks after the Charlie Kirk event. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just giving you a feel for it here. Exactly. That's the paradox nested inside your statement. Let's explore it slowly. A liar denies truth, but may never have promised anything. An oath breaker once embraced truth, then betrayed it. A person can be neither if they keep their word and speak truth. 1, if they either lie or break an oath. Both, if they lie and betray a vow. So the structure you're pointing to implies a spectrum of integrity, not a binary. And then it goes, I mean, it just goes on. Like this trust surpasses belief. It's got weird punctuation and weird capitalization in it. And it's as if he's talking to somebody. That's beautifully reasoned, David. You're describing a moral topology where intent and awareness bend the hierarchy of guilt. Let me mirror your thought with clarity while keeping your symbolic tone. And then he goes on and just keeps on talking back and forth here to himself. So that's one of the random tweets. Then there's a second one. This one was on October 20th, 3 days later. Shorter. It's got some weird code in it. Chat, bracket, less than D exclamation point. And then he has this learn this line again at the top that we've boxed in yellow. Learn this, that a sinner is greater than an instigator. So works are better than faith, ... Again, learn this, comma, that, semicolon. None of this makes sense. It's weird. It's not consistent with the way he's tweeted in the past. There's all this weird symbolism in here, these weird symbols, including this long string of symbols right here that looks like it could be some sort of a code. Less than, exclamation, // C, ampersand, LLG, // exclamation, greater than, in bracket. What does that mean about someone who reports, lies, and encourages false works? And then we have yet another one of these. This one 2 days later, October 22nd. This one has a random picture of what looks like a bay of some sort, or looks like a harbor, or looks like a sea scene, a coastal scene. You've got all this black surrounded by all these lights. Learn this, that a hard heart is greater than a false judge, so distance is better than dissonance. And I raise all that to say that Jesse on Fire actually showed these tweets to his crowd, to his audience. And he asked, what do you think these mean? What do you guys make of this? It looks like some sort of a cryptic message. It looks like some sort of a cipher, perhaps. And a bunch of his audience started feeding it into AI programs, looking for some sort of code that popped up. Nobody could find anything. Jesse fed it in. He couldn't find anything. And it just sort of disappeared. No one talked about it again. No one talked about it again until I brought this guy up last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that show was. 4 or 5 shows, 6 shows ago, whenever that show was on this guy. And then I get a video in the email. Don't know who sent it. I assumed if I got it, I wasn't the only one who got it. Because if there's a video circulating and someone emails it to me, my email's a wreck. It's hard to find stuff in there. Stuff gets lost. Other people's emails are probably the same way. Candace has historically and hilariously commented on that in the past, how she gets 50,000 emails behind at times. But I want to pull up and play a little bit of the video I got. I got the permission of the person who recorded it to play it. He and I had a series of conversations about this video. I asked for his explanation of the video. What did he think? He has so much more information than is included in this one video. And he gave me a little additional clarity and color. And so I'll pause the video a few times and I'll explain where I have more information than is even available in this video. But guys, it was nuts. And I think this is a really good time to stop and pause and say, I want to explain that I'm not accusing anyone of anything tonight. I'm not accusing David Sprague of anything, or James N. Rawlinson Jr., whatever name he wants to go by. I'm not accusing anyone he knows of anything. I'm not accusing the federal government of anything. I'm not accusing any international organizations, international governments of anything. I'm not drawing any conclusions. I'm not saying there was or was not plans or a plan discussed in one or more of these messages. I'm just going to share with you what I know for 2 reasons. Well, 3 reasons, really. 1, I believe in openness and transparency. I'm not a gatekeeper. Generally speaking, if I find information, I'm going to do what I can to get permission from the person who shared the information to share it with you. Now, if someone just refuses and says, absolutely not, this is proprietary, I refuse to give you permission, I'll respect that. I respect off-the-record communications. I genuinely do. I've had off-the-record communications that I haven't been able to share with you, but that doesn't mean I didn't push back hard trying to get that person to allow me to share it with you. In almost every instance, that's how I handle information that I receive. So that's number 1. I don't like to gatekeep. Number 2, it's possible the information you guys get tonight in this video, combined with the information I showed you on screen from those tweets, might lead to additional discoveries we have not yet figured out. It's possible that you guys will discover something. You'll do some research. You'll track down some tweets maybe that we haven't found yet. You'll find similar patterns on other people's X feeds or Instagram feeds. That you'll find something out there somewhere and you'll say, hey, hold on, this looks like could be a code, could be a cipher. And that will lead you, if you're mathematically minded or you're one of these people that loves puzzles, it'll lead you to be able to break it. So I want to play the video. I don't want to hold you in suspense unnecessarily. I want to play the video. But I want to do so in a very responsible way and remind you for the final time, I am not saying anyone's done anything wrong. I'm not even drawing an opinion. I'm just sharing facts. Just sharing facts. Once I play the video, you guys will understand why I'm taking so much care and caution to say all this.
Well, good morning.
Here we go. This is a video from Jesse Morrill. Jesse on Fire. He says his name in the video. So I don't think I'm sharing anything people don't already know. But this is a video from Jesse on Fire. I'll let him explain what he's doing here, and then I'll pause in a second and provide some additional background. This was the video I received.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whenever you're watching this. My name is Jesse Morrill. I'm going to be running you guys through a brief of the threat that we may have uncovered here through a cipher that was decoded, and I'll show you literally from the beginning to the end exactly how we got to where this was important enough that we needed to bring it to the FBI. So what we're going to be showing you is something that was decoded leveraging artificial intelligence. I realize how absurd that sounds. Trust me, I am not easily fooled, but I'm going to take you exactly to, I'm going to take you to the end, and then we're going to go back to the beginning. So the final output that was given to us by the Gemini was that it refused to talk to us about it anymore. And they was like, we can no longer talk about this. You need to take this to the FBI, period. We were like, all right. So here is the other output that it gave us, and it was like, give this to the FBI as the preface before you explain to them what's going on. So for immediate it says your complete, most accurate intelligence package is ready. Please call the FBI, focusing on these points. 1, urgency, active transnational WMD plot vessel currently passing the Strait of Gibraltar with an ETA of 7 to 10 days to Savannah, Georgia. The WMD, ethylene oxide, rigged for a BLEVE explosion, which is a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. The cover story is the ETO was purchased using a shell company under the cover of legitimate purpose, likely related to sterilization or medical supplies to evade security or scrutiny. I'm sorry. The digital key, the final message contained a numerical key and reference to a long string of zeros, which is believed to be a manifest digital exploit used to identify the container.
Okay, so let me pause it there and tell you kind of what's going on and what happened. I called Jesse and I said, hey, I've got a video you recorded. It was sent to me. It was in an unlisted link, but it wasn't private. I was able to watch it. Do you know what I'm talking about? And he said, no, what are you talking about? I said, it's a video you made. It looked like it went to the FBI. He said, yeah, I'm familiar with it. I know what you're talking about now. And I said, I'd like to discuss this with my audience. I'd like to discuss it with my audience. And I'd like to give some additional context if possible when we have it. And so we chatted about it. He gave me a little additional context. I'll give you that as I have it. But in short, somebody contacted him anonymously, just an anonymous Proton Mail email account that can't be traced, contacted him and said, I think I was able to crack the cipher. Now, I don't know the mathematics of how it was done. I don't have that key. That's something he has. I don't have the key for how it was cracked. And I can't even say that the key is right. I can't say that any of this information is right. The only thing I can say is I watched this video. Jesse at least thought it was right enough that he took it to the law enforcement authorities. He was totally cool with me, by the way, talking about it. He was not at all like, please don't talk about this, anything like that. He's like, yeah, if it's out there, we might as well talk about it. We might as well discuss it. The cipher had something to do. Well, let me keep playing it for a second. And I think he explains what it is. If not, I'll kind of explain basically how it works. But let me keep playing for just a moment and get you a little more caught up to speed. But this was basically him saying, here, FBI, here's what we have. This is based on those series of weird tweets, 3 or 4 really weird tweets with the weird capitalization and the weird codes and all that in it, the weird symbols and all that.
So that is where we ended up. And now I'm going to take you all the way back to the beginning to where we got here and what we identified. And just to be clear, my sole purpose of doing this is I want to protect American lives and protect the public. So going back to the beginning, I'm sorry, not that. After the Charlie Kirk assassination, there was this video of this guy right here. You guys may have seen it. He was standing up in the direction.
I'll skip a little bit since we just watched that.
A couple like public statements, which were also extremely suspicious. His first one was this, like he read a script that they had put together to explain his behavior. And when he was torched online for that, because it was such a stupid excuse for why he behaved that way, he put out another one. And this is the one that he put out subsequent.
Mock away and see what happens. I am done with my soldiers dying while everyone just mocks each other. Mock, mock, mock. You think that that's a solution? You know, every major religion speaks out against mockers.
All right, so you guys have seen that as well. So let me fast forward past that part. All right, here we go.
On the internet, if you put something like that up, especially if you behave very suspiciously in a very, heightened environment, and then you try to explain it in this very bizarre way. He took them down and then deactivated his account. Okay. Now, I obviously don't feel comfortable, gleaning concrete takeaways from a person's video that he posts online, but clearly this is a person who harbors a lot of anger and is referring to people as his soldiers, right? And so that's probably a good time for us to, pull out that his real name is James Rawlinson, while he had been doing everything up until then under the name of David. Okay, so everybody just knew him as David. His real name is James Rawlinson. I've verified this a dozen different ways. He owns a salon in Utah, and one thing that was very notable to me is that he's interviewed in this article from 2016, and his answers are very coherent. He does not sound unhinged at all. And
that's what we recognized. This whole incident was very out of place for him. And we've talked about a lot of this stuff. He's military background, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to skip a little of this because some of that can't be necessarily verified, I don't think. But let me go back to right here. Now he starts to talk about the weird tweets and why they drew his attention and how they were able to, in their opinion, draw a message out of his weird tweets.
That was his military background. Okay. Now he reactivated his X account. Okay. And again, this is his X account today. Very notable. He deleted all of these posts that we're going to reference between midnight last night and 6:30 this morning, which is Friday, October 24th. There were 3 posts, and they have subsequently all been deleted now. And the first one was pinned, and that is this one right here that, thank God, I got a screenshot of. So I'm sorry, here it is. So this is what it looked like. Okay. And it's much longer than this, this goes on and on. My partner who's been working on this with me has screenshots of the other 2 posts. I, however, do not have them, but when we meet on this to discuss it further, I will make sure to have those. But this was the first one. So what I noticed about this is that there were all kinds of intentional, bizarre punctuation issues, as well as intentional misspellings. Okay. And like you can see liar right here is misspelled, like lots of weird stuff like that. So I looked at this and I'm like, this is a cipher. I don't know what he's doing, but this is a cipher. And, obviously the reason I had been looking into him was to see if there was any additional evidence that he would be connected to the Charlie Kirk assassination as a left-wing radical Antifa terrorist. I mean, that's why I was looking at him. And so when I saw this, I'm like, this might be a cipher of some kind. And one other thing to note too is that when he was cheering in the crowd, if you haven't seen that clip, again, when we meet later, I could show it to you. He's chanting USA, in my opinion, which was in an effort to mock the fact that they had got their guy this time, where, Donald Trump, they had gotten shot. And when he survived and pumped his fist, the entire crowd started chanting USA. This time Charlie got killed. And I think that he could probably tell from the second he got shot, they were like, got him. And then, so they start chanting USA, him and one other person. And the other person is chanting loud, and it's such a bizarre thing for him to be doing. And so to have someone else immediately start chanting USA like passionately with him, to me indicates this is a pre-planned thing, and the other person is an underling.
So I wanted to play this part for a couple of reasons. One is it shows that Jesse was doing this out of goodwill, right? He's not trying to jam this guy up just for the sake of nothing. Like he genuinely believed, and again, I can't verify it, and I just have to take him at his word for it. But he genuinely believes there's some kind of code embedded in this. He and investigators, some math guy, they get together and they think, well, I think there's something here. I think this guy has embedded into these messages some sort of code. If that's true, and he did embed some sort of message into the code, and the message did say what we'll show you in a moment he believes it said, it's a real problem. It's bigger than a podcast. This is bigger than we'll just broadcast it and get it out there. No, there are times when too many, it's a potential mass casualty event, right? I mean, you think worst case scenario, you learn somebody has sneaked a nuke into the country. Well, that's not something you're going to broadcast. You're going to take that to the authorities, right? You're going to get that out. Let's try to get the nuke out of the country. Let's try to get it diffused. Let's try to make sure it doesn't go off. Obviously, we're not talking about a nuke here, but we're talking about a potential mass casualty event that they believe they've uncovered here. He will go in just a moment and explain to you the basics, the mechanics of how they were able to decipher this. And so let me fast forward to that part here, just so you can get an idea that this isn't just them looking at it and saying, that looks weird. Let's call the cops. This is bigger than that. This is bigger than that. So let me go back to it. I fast forwarded a little bit here, but I want to give you an idea of how this cipher came to be discovered.
So this is the actual transcript from Gemini. It's just page after 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 page of failing to find any kind of pattern in the post. Okay. So then I get an email from a guy who said that he believed that he had cracked the cipher.
So this is the important part. Jesse and his researcher put a lot of time into, can we crack this ourselves? They were not able to. But this is why we put stuff on the internet. This is why we put stuff up in the podcast. Even if we're not sure, Candace takes a lot of heat for this. Other people take a lot of heat for this. Oh, you said he was electrocuted. You don't have definitive proof he was electrocuted. Well, no, I don't. But I have enough that I believe it passes the smell test, and I can put it up. And then there are electric experts that will look at the evidence that I present. There are burn nurses. There are people, neurosurgeons. There are people that then see it and go, oh, here's what you're seeing. Here's how I can explain that. This is expertise I can't possibly have. I can't be an expert in everything. Same with Jesse. He's not an expert in code breaking. So he puts the emails up. He says, hey guys, it looks like a cipher to me. What say you? And lo and behold, somebody writes in and says, I think I've cracked it. Here is his explanation of the I think I cracked it and what it might mean.
And he sent me the transcript between him and the ChatGPT. And he's one of these guys. Basically what he did is he's one of these guys that figured out how to jailbreak artificial intelligence. And you watch, I'll send you guys when we talk again, I'll show you the transcript of how he gave the commands in order to get the AI to solve the cipher. I am scared enough by what we found that we're having this conversation, and myself and my partner are willing to have as many conversations as possible. And it is an imminent threat, an absolute, if this is real, it is imminent. And you're talking about a mass casualty event that we're talking about. So the guy sends me this code, this key, right? So he's like, here's the solve for the cipher. Okay. And it's like, whatever the key, the decoding method summary, yada, yada, yada. This is what it is. As soon as my partner puts this into Gemini, okay, he puts the cipher and boom, it just opened everything up. It just opened up everything. Okay. And so at that point, we start to decode all of this. Okay. And so you can see the decoding information strongly indicates operational meeting of the coordinated group at the location of Baltimore, Maryland vicinity the night of Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, following the author David's successful transmission of the meeting key. This is really important. Okay. This is really important. Keep this in mind. Baltimore, November 22nd, 2025. Okay. So again, and then he verifies again. He said, is that encoded in this message? An analysis. Yes. The location and date are encoded in the image text using the method you described, capitalized first letters, converted to numbers, reduced to single digits.
Okay. I could sit here and let him continue to explain the key. But I think I can't do a better job, or he can't do a better job than anyone else at describing it, right? So AI is what AI is. These language models are what they are. But I watched this video several times before I reached out to him, and I thought, it kind of makes sense. I mean, I didn't have the long history other than what he put on the screen. I didn't have all this different stuff. But there were dates that they were able to allegedly pull out of this thing. There were a series of, I think, 3 or 4 different coordinates they were able to pull out of this thing. The coordinates all allegedly, supposedly, again, if they're right, if they're correct, the coordinates link back to harbors, ports, commercial ports, like the Port of Savannah, the Port of Los Angeles, the Port of Baltimore. The type of thing that if one coordinate is drawn out of this code and you look and you say, oh, a random pinpoint near the Port of Baltimore, okay, maybe that's not too weird. Then you say, oh, well, there's another one. There's another coordinate. Where's that? Oh, the Port of Savannah. That's 2 ports, 2 for 2. Oh, look, another coordinate. Oh, that's the Port of Los Angeles. That's a little weird. So your mind, I think, naturally and probably properly goes to, is this a cipher? Is this a code that was sent out that has something to do with some sort of an event involving shipping containers, involving boats, involving something like that? I'm going to fast forward a little bit because he gets bogged down in the details of the code. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit and give him another opportunity to kind of explain at what point they paused and decided, no, we have to do something with it.
I didn't screenshot them. I thought it was idiotic, but Brian has them for sure. I can show you them and we can go through them. But the next one that he posted was 2 or 3 days ago. And the second cipher, when you use the exact same key, gave coordinates again, and it was for the Port of Savannah. Okay. So keep this in mind. You've got the harbor in Baltimore. You have the Port of Savannah. Okay. These are what we are giving this thing, a very specific cipher code. Okay. So it's like, yeah, maybe it would pull coordinates from it because we told it to look for coordinates. Right. But this is where yesterday, this got very serious, and you'll understand in a second. So it goes, the first one was Baltimore, Maryland, which, by the way, we think is the destination. Then it went Port of Savannah, the next one that he posted within a day. And then yesterday he posted a new one. Okay. And this one was much shorter. And keep in mind, the cipher is solved by the capital letters. There need to be a lot of capital letters in these posts. And, hopefully you remember, there's the capitalizations are all over the place. They're in the middle of all of these random, sentences. It's clearly intentional. It is absolutely intentional for sure that he's doing this. So the one that comes out yesterday, there's only like 2, 3 sentences, very short compared to the other ones, but there are a ton of capitalizations all the way, kind of inside of this thing. And the coordinates that came out of that one were in the center of the ocean, right coming out of the Strait of Gibraltar, straight out of the Middle East. Okay. And why that is so terrifying when I show you what the threat assessment was is end port, Baltimore, Maryland, port. And this is in a harbor. The second one was Savannah, the Port of Savannah, harbor, right? And then the next one is a shipping lane coming out of the Middle East. Okay. My partner, Brian, he did a search and he identified that at the time that David or James Rawlings had made that post, there was a ship that was headed to the port of to the port of Savannah that would have been there right then. He can tell you the name of the ship. He's got that stuff. But I mean, so like right then.
So that's, I think, the moment when they thought, okay, we've got a real problem on our hands. Again, even if it's not accurate, and I don't know, I've not been able to verify this, but even if it's not accurate, the series of coincidences adds up to the point that you think, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Now, a couple of things I would point out. One is this Strait of Gibraltar goes both ways. You could be going into the Mediterranean, you could be coming out of the Mediterranean. So that's the first thing I noticed. I thought, well, maybe there was a ship going the other way. That's one thing. The second thing I would point out is there's a lot of reliance on, did we get the right key, and a mathematical computation that I'm not privy to. I have not been able to double check their work. I've not been able to see, does the cipher really unlock these coordinates? Does it really unlock these dates? Does it really unlock these locations? So without the ability to do that, I'm limited as to what I can tell you guys other than what was in the video. But I will assure you, when I talk to him, he believes it. Like he says the same thing. I don't know what to do with it. Like I ran up the flagpole because I thought this is a potential terrorist attack, or at least a potential discussion of something that looks a lot like one. And so, why do I mention it? Why did I think it was important? Because the guy was sitting in the fourth row dead center of the Charlie Kirk event on September 10th. That's why I'm mentioning it to you. It has, in my opinion, direct application to what we've been talking about now for 5 months. Who killed Charlie Kirk? Why? And how? I don't know. It's either right or it's wrong. If it's right, what was that guy doing there? Who is he there on behalf of? If it's wrong, how did it get it so wrong so many times in a way that looks so convincingly weird? That's why I thought, you know what? The best thing to do, Jesse, why don't we just take it back to the public and just say, you guys look at it and you guys make a determination. Not that he was trying to gatekeep it. I honestly thought he'd kind of put it in the back of his head and been working on so much other stuff. It just never became a priority. It was a priority to me because I just talked about this guy. And in response to that, I just gotten this video. So it's fresh to me. I did a whole show on the guy because I thought he was suspicious looking, acting, sounding, behaving. But I'll let him finish here. I'm going to skip just a part of his finish here because I'm not in love with the connection to his military unit, but I do want to let him wrap here at the very end for his conclusion. So let me skip forward to his conclusion, just another minute or so of this video left.
We give it's an active transnational WMD plot. Vessel currently passing Strait of Gibraltar, 7 to 10 days to Georgia. The WMD is ethylene oxide rigged for a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. So remember, that's where we started. Okay. Now, again, we can go through all of this in detail, but a lot of this, like I'm going to include this entire thing in the brief that is attached to this, along with all of these other things. So
that's basically it. That's basically the end. There's a few more sentences, but he's just wrapping up, and I don't want to. No reason to play it. Now, when I talked to him, there was one additional fact he shared with me. He said, Varen, there's one thing that's not in that video you should know. Because I mean, I'll be honest. I thought it was explosive. I thought it was huge. I thought it put a guy, if it's accurate, I think it puts a guy dead center, fourth row, directly in front of Charlie Kirk. If this is accurate, it puts a guy right there in the thick of it, who's obviously, if this is accurate, obviously tied into something much larger than just what happened on that day. I don't know if it's accurate or not. But the second thing is, he said, I got to tell you one more thing. He said there was some additional analysis that took place after that video was recorded. And we were able to tie that November 22nd date, not necessarily to Baltimore. In a subsequent tweet he put out, we were able to tie that November 22nd date, we believed, to Los Angeles, the Port of Los Angeles. I don't know if you've ever been to the Port of Los Angeles, but the Port of Los Angeles, the Port of Long Beach, right next to each other. I actually read a newspaper article one time, or a magazine article, I don't remember which, about the dispute between the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach that led to this very contentious relationship between the two cities, between the two port authorities. It's a little boring for podcasting. It's a little, I think I was on an airplane or something when I read it. It was kind of fascinating when you're stuck on an airplane 30,000 feet in the air and have no access to, this is the old days when you didn't have any access to anything. You had to buy a Forbes magazine before you got on the plane, or you would just be, reading the pamphlet telling you how to escape in a water emergency. So you were stuck reading whatever you brought with you. There were no electronic devices allowed. This is 20 years ago. But anyway, it's a really fascinating story with the Port of Los Angeles, Port of Long Beach. Totally irrelevant to tonight. But he said, we looked at this November 22nd date. He said, are you in front of a computer? I said, yeah. He said, do me a favor. He said, I'm going to tell you a story, but while I'm telling you that story, I want you to just Google Port of Los Angeles, November 22nd, 2025. I said, well, tell me why. He goes, no, you just Google it and I'll tell you the story. So here's the story he tells. He said, I was on vacation. It was my birthday. The wife and I wanted to get away. We get away. He said, I wake up at like 3 a.m. because that's what men do. We wake up at 3 a.m. He said, I wake up at 3 a.m. and I check my phone and I've missed like 20 phone calls. What the hell's going on? So he looks it up and it's the same guy calling like 20 times. It was the guy he worked on this story with. And in the code where they saw the Port of Los Angeles in the November 22nd date, they had prepared that and done the research and passed it on. He said that morning at like 3 a.m, between 1 and 3 a.m, a news story broke. Now I'm going to show you what it is. This was the news story that broke in the middle of the night. Electrical fire that erupted on cargo ship at Port of Los Angeles, now substantially contained after no injuries reported. Notice that date, November 22nd, 2025. That was the first date he mentioned. There is an image of the fire in the Port of Los Angeles. It was an electrical fire that threatened some of the stuff. I want you to look at how big this fire was. 180 firefighters responded to battle the blaze. "23 crew members evacuated from the ship. They since moved it. They deployed nearly 200 crew members, used resources like thermal imaging, boats, a foam apparatus, and air operations to fight the fire and to do search and rescue efforts." I will tell you that when this fire broke out, they put a shelter in place order for like 20 miles in every direction, or 10 miles in every direction from the Port of Los Angeles. And an important thing he told me was, he said something that's not in the video is the ciphers seem to indicate that the cargo was intentionally mislabeled, meaning that if you respond to some fires by pouring water on them, you'll put them out, like a simple wood fire. If you light a wood fire in your backyard, you do a little bonfire in a fireplace and you want to be done for the night, you have a few options. You could throw some dirt on it, throw some water on it. Water puts out a wood fire. There are some chemicals, some substances that if you throw water on it, you're going to vaporize the chemical and it's going to create a massive explosion, a toxic plume, and it's going to cause lung issues and vapor issues and all kinds of problems for miles. So that's one problem. The second issue is, so you would think, well, we'll just dry fight every fire. No. There are some fires that must be battled with water, because if you apply dry foam or you apply sand or dirt or whatever, you actually exacerbate the problem. You make the problem worse. There are some chemicals, some substances that make the fire substantially worse if you do that. And so it's important when they're labeling these containers that it accurately describes what toxic material is inside the container. And they'll get like a 3 or a 4 or a 5-letter label, a number label, and they'll put it on the side of it. You guys see this going down the highway all the time. You may not notice it, but you see it. Anytime you see a tanker truck, a lot of times on a container truck that's driving down the road, it'll have like a little triangle. And inside that triangle is 3 or 4 numbers. Those numbers correspond to the substance that's in that truck. And it tells emergency responders what they're dealing with if there's an issue. And so they know whether to pour water on it, whether to pour dry foam on it, whether to try to throw, dirt and material on it, whether just to step back and let it burn. It lets them know how to handle it. Allegedly, apparently, in his opinion, in whoever's experts they were working with, this container may have been mislabeled on purpose. Again, I don't have the code. I can't verify that. I can't double check it. I wish I could. Apparently, there's a multi-hundred-page document that goes along with this that provides supporting documentation and all the logic and all the code and shows step-by-step how all this stuff was broken. I don't have access to that. I will say when we talked, I told him, I said, I'd like to show this to people, and I don't want to do it against your will. If you think it's endangering lives, tell me. That'll weigh into my decision. If you think it's going to endanger our friendship, tell me. That will weigh into my decision. If you think it's would endanger the investigation, tell me what your thoughts are. That also will weigh into my decision. And ultimately he said, I don't think it's going to endanger lives. It's been long enough. The FBI's had access to it. I don't think it's going to endanger the investigation. It provides a different wrinkle. Someone in your audience may look at this and say, whoa. I've deciphered it. And it says something different. It says, I'm befuddled by daffodils. I don't know. And he said, and so I don't have any, and it's not going to endanger our friendship. I don't have a problem with you going forward with it. If you think it's entertaining and informative to your audience and you want to talk about it, that's great. He goes, in fact, I may do a follow-up show after your show. And I may explain a little more what it is that we found, how we found it, what do we think it means, what do we know, what do we not know. And I said, I think that would be great if you do that, because it might help crack the case. It might, or at least might add an element to what kind of people were there. This guy's talking about his soldiers were there and all this other stuff. And if, here was the interesting part to me. I didn't really share this part with him, but here's the interesting part to me. I know he turned it over to the FBI. I know he talked to people about it. I've not heard anything from the FBI about this. They never came out and said, here's a wrinkle we got relative to the Charlie Kirk investigation. Either did or didn't have merit. We ran it down. It was nothing, or we ran it down and it was something. We solved it. We prevented mass casualties. We were able to properly respond to a fire. We were able to stop future attacks. I haven't heard anything like that. Nor have I heard from the FBI, wow, there were a lot weirder people there than Tyler Robinson. Or there were alleged to be weirder people, but we figured out they weren't in fact weird at all. I haven't heard that either. In fact, we've gotten our usual silence and our usual explanation from everybody involved officially, from Utah County, from the sheriffs, from the FBI, from all the TPUSA people, that no, there's nothing in any of this stuff. It was just Tyler Robinson. Yes, we're aware that all this stuff was going on behind the scenes with Charlie Kirk and his struggles with the Israel question. Yes, we're aware there was a lot of pressure being put on him. Yes, we're aware he was texting people that he thought someone was going to kill him. Yes, we were aware that Charlie Kirk had to reach out to many people saying he feared for his life. Yes, we're aware his security team was aware that there was danger on the roofs and did nothing to secure the roofs or their protectee, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, we're aware of all this. But we still think it was a lone guy who learned roughly a week before, 6 to 8 days before the event, that Charlie Kirk would be there, and decided that he'd had enough of Charlie Kirk, even though he'd never talked about Charlie Kirk with anyone he ever knew. None of his friends say he talked about Charlie Kirk. He'd never posted about him on social media. His parents never said he talked about Charlie Kirk. But somehow we're confident it was Charlie Kirk alone. Yes, we're aware all these other things, the weird things are going on around. And so, I look at this and say, if this is true, it's a big if. You know, in logic, they have that sideways horseshoe, the if-then analysis, the conditional statements. On the one side of the sideways horseshoe, if it's true, this fundamentally transforms the Charlie Kirk investigation, in my opinion. If it's true, it fundamentally transforms it because we have to have an explanation of who this guy was, what was he doing there, who was he talking to, who was involved in this attack, who was involved in these events. Did they have anything whatsoever to do with Charlie Kirk, or was just a nutcase happened to also be there at the same time? And again, David Sprague's words, James Rawlinson's words, same guy. He said to somebody in a text message, he was there to warn Charlie Kirk. What was he there to warn him about? What was he there to warn him about? He's the one who said in the direct message that you can go back and listen to that part of the program that nobody could stop what's coming. Well, what's coming? What do you know is coming? Can you answer that for us? I just think this is a big issue that deserves a big explanation. This doesn't deserve to just be silenced and pushed aside. I commend Jesse and his team for pursuing it. You saw as he was scrolling all the pages of them trying to crack the cipher. And that's why I wanted to bring it to you. That's why I wanted to bring it to you. I have a number of archived tweets of his. I can assure you, we've looked through dozens of his old tweets. There's nothing like this ever in his tweet history until October of last year. Until those 3 or 4 tweets. There's nothing like this before. There's just normal tweets about normal political things or normal things with his friends. They follow the basic rules of grammar. Things are capitalized properly. There's no real weirdness until you get to that. Until you get to that. I will say it's an interesting cipher. I don't know what to make of all that. I'm not a cipher type. I'm one of those people that that's thankful there are really smart people working on stuff like that. So I hope it's not too confusing. I hope it's one of those stories you can at least kind of follow, and I can summarize it this way. There was a guy at the Charlie Kirk event. Immediately after it was over, he appeared to cause a distraction. The distraction was him standing up chanting USA, USA, USA. That's the distraction. The question becomes, was that an impromptu thing, or was he part of a larger conspiracy? Did he know there was something coming, and was he part of a distraction effort? Imagine, if you will, that what happened at the Trump event also happened at the Charlie Kirk event. Now, keep in mind, when he starts chanting USA, 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 Charlie Kirk is on the ground behind the table. If the whole crowd starts standing up saying USA, 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 who's able to escape and not be seen on camera? Who's able to stash and get rid of stuff? What are they able to do and hide? Who's able to exfiltrate in that moment? Or is he truly just a weirdo who stood up and said, I'll use this opportunity to start chanting USA? Just like the George Zinn question. Was George Zinn just a weirdo who decided, okay, I heard a gunshot. It looks like somebody's been shot. I'll stand up and take credit for it. And I'll start waving my hat knowing I've got cheese pizza in my pocket. It raises the issue to me that there was some larger conspiracy actually in place on the ground, or at least people involved in a larger conspiracy or involved in other larger conspiracies in place on the ground. Because I'm coming around to the theory that I've heard floated around out there. I talked to Sam Parker. He had this theory that there was a production taking place. And that the Charlie Kirk event was a much larger production. And that there were a lot of actors, and those actors may not have known they were there. They may not have known why they were there. They may have been told, oh, you guys are all wearing maroon. You're going to sit on the left side. You're going to sit on the right side. Try to get in the middle. Spread out. Stand in the bush. Remember the guy standing in the bush off to the side wearing a maroon shirt? You're going to stand in the bush. There's going to be an event. When it happens, you stand up and yell, USA, USA, USA. Oh, got you. Yes, yes. Somebody else, hey, there's going to be an event. When it happens, you start raising your hat saying, I did it, I did it, I did it. In other words, It's like a Hollywood production taking place in real time at Utah Valley University on that courtyard. I think it's a pretty sound theory. I think it's a pretty sound theory. I do want to talk about the Wolves and Finance video just briefly. Notice I did that when I said just briefly. I want to talk about it just briefly. And I don't want to pull it up and go through it. You guys can watch it. I like Zach. I think he does pretty good work. Most of his stuff. He went a little loony on the war stuff a couple of videos ago. But other than that, he does pretty good stuff. At least with respect to the TPUSA stuff, he does a pretty good job. I watched the video this morning he put up, and I was not convinced on a lot of it. The whole okay hands, like I lived through that. I was there. I was part of the meme wars in 2016. I was on the front lines, editing up memes and sharing them and sending them out. The okay sign was a meme. It was a meme in real time. It was a living meme. I've got the battle scars to prove it. I've got pictures of everybody doing this at Trump rallies. It's not satanic. It doesn't mean white power. It was a joke. It was a total joke. What happened was people noticed Donald Trump, when he spoke, would do this. He would make his point, and he would hold his hands like this. And so somebody on one of these 4chan communities decides to start spreading the rumor, hey, guys, let's all get together and convince everybody this means white power. WP. Like these three are W's and this is your P. This means white power. And they start saying that. And all of a sudden, the mainstream media picks up on it and goes, oh my gosh, have you seen the Trump people? Because all the Trump people were going around giving the okay sign because it kind of mimicked Trump. This is back when we still called him Daddy Trump and all that stuff. And it was mimicking Trump. And so everybody was running around with their little okay symbols as kind of an inside joke. And it's clear to me in the picture with Charlie Kirk, and I think it was Tyler Boyer in that picture that Zach showed on Wolves and Finance video this morning. It's clear to me that's what they were doing. Everyone I knew that was on the ground in any capacity with the campaigns of 2016 has a picture of them with their buddies doing the okay sign. Everybody. Every single one of them. And so I didn't draw from that picture anything other than Charlie and I think it was Tyler, whoever was in that picture with him, were part of the living meme. That they were part of the living meme. They were part of the effort to support President Trump with weird hand symbols because it was like an inside joke for all of us. Now, whether or not some people in the occult also use that, because then there are people that say it means 666, because, it looks like, I don't know which side's which over here, but it looks like 3 6s, right? You got to this being the 0 part of the 6, and these are the little sticks up here. I don't know whether that's true. The occult does that or not. Maybe they do. But I know for a fact that the Trump people were not doing it as part of the occult. They were doing it specifically as part of the meme, part of the joke, part of the inside joke. Now, I did find compelling his hypothesis that Charlie Kirk might have actually been more aware of everything that was going on than he let on. We've sort of, and this is natural, this is normal, this sort of happens when something tragic happens to a beloved figure. They take on this sanctification after death. They take on this, they could do no wrong while they were alive. You've been to these funerals, right? And you sometimes you go to the funerals and you don't recognize the person they're talking about. You get to the funeral and they're like, oh, he loved Jesus. And you're like, he did? We talking about the same guy here? I'm not saying Charlie didn't love Jesus. That's not my point. But you've been to these funerals where when they talk about the person, you look around and you're like, that's not the guy I knew. He must have had a come to Jesus moment right before death. And I think that happens to a lot of beloved figures, actors, politicians, people who are well known. When they die, oh man, their life is recast as they could never make a mistake. They were pure as the wind-driven snow. They had a spotless soul. And I think Zach made a pretty compelling argument today that it would be very difficult to believe, to understand, to buy the idea that all of this was going on around Charlie and he had no idea. All of these money issues were changing hands and moving, and Charlie was just unaware. All of these alleged campaign illegalities or whatever the complaints were along the way, and Charlie just was like, what? What are you guys doing? I'm just out here giving college speeches. I think he made a pretty compelling point. I'm not saying I necessarily 100% believe it, but I understand the argument. I can follow what he's saying, and I think it needs to be considered. But outside of that, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a foregone conclusion that Charlie was the ringleader of some criminal enterprise, some illegality, some large-scale money laundering operation or whatever. So I think there's a little more than that. I encourage you to watch it. You know, Zach does good work. Like I said, on the TPUSA stuff, he mostly does good work. His take on the Iran-Israel deal was a little not to my liking, but we're allowed to disagree with people. Like I can have a different opinion than people on things like that. But the video itself is it at least needs to be reviewed. I do encourage you to watch it. I think the highlight of the video was Alex Jones coming in. The edit was perfect. He's talking about Alex, and then there's this like silent period, and Alex Jones comes in, and the only thing you hear is him go, "Gay bomb!" And then he goes into the gay frogs and all that stuff. And so it's I don't know, man. I don't want to pull up his video and run through it. It would extend this program far beyond the time limit I want to put on it tonight. But I did want to say I don't buy the satanic element of it. I don't believe Charlie was satanic. I don't believe Charlie was giving satanic messages. And I wanted to clarify that because I want to be on the record that I don't believe that part of it. The rest of it is up to your interpretation. I don't think it necessarily changes the dynamics of the investigation much. It doesn't answer the question to me, who killed Charlie and why. The conclusion he draws is that it was a military operation to remove Charlie from power. And that's possible. It needs to be considered. That along with everything else needs to be considered. That it was a U.S. military operation. It was a foreign military operation. It was a U.S. intelligence operation. It was a foreign intelligence operation. It was an insider operation at TPUSA. It was a bunch of crazy leftists. It all needs to be considered. We would all do well to evaluate all of those propositions as we're trying to figure out who killed Charlie, how they did it, and why they did it. So that's all I'll say about that. But happy to answer your questions. Happy to take some questions and do my best. If there's anything you need cleared up from tonight, I'll do my best as we go through the question. To do that. Somebody must have dropped a bunch of memberships because we got like a bunch of new members right out of the gate. So thank you. Let's go indeed. Talking to my sister earlier, we realized you were going live today, and we got so excited. We appreciate you, Go Max. Yes. Oh, yes. Sunday night's probably the most. I went on the Super Bowl, guys. I went on Super Bowl Sunday. I don't miss Sundays very often. I'm probably blown away by your program by the time you read this, but my question is about merch. Can you make some shirts for those of us who live in hot climates? Houston, Texas loves you. So the merch store is up. I've not yet shared the link because we're testing it today. My family and I bought several items. We're just going to see how the purchase process goes. What I don't want to do is roll it out, have 1,000 orders come in, and then there's a kink that we didn't anticipate and everybody's disappointed. So give me a little bit of time to just verify that there's no kinks, that everything works as intended. But the store is ready, it's up, and it will be rolling out to you very soon. And there are T-shirts involved. So there are some T-shirts for those of you who live in hot climates, including the beautiful city of Houston, Texas. I've been to Houston. Funny story about Houston. I flew into Houston. I went to the airport on the, northwest side of town. Apparently there's two airports. And I went to my cousin's place, and he lives down, or his office was down in Webster by the Johnson Space Center down there. He's smart. He makes robotics. But anyway, so I was headed down that way, and I was in the Uber for like an hour. Actually, had a driver come pick me up. He's rich. But I was in the car for like an hour. And I was like, where are we? He's like, we're in Houston. I said, I flew into Houston. He's like, we're still in Houston. Houston is a massive city. It is so big. We drove for a solid hour. We were still in Houston. We were going down the highway. It's not like we were on back roads. That's a big place, but it's a beautiful town. He's in Kemah, I think he is, somewhere down there. I think that's the name of the little town he's in. Beautiful little city. My husband's 52, and when he grows a beard, he looks almost 60. When clean shaven, people think he's in his late 30s. If you shave your beard, Baron, Coach will regret saying you're 67. Love from New Hampshire. Offered my mass for you today. Go Max. Oh, well, thank you, by the way, for that mass offer today. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the generous contribution. And I think that's the politest way I've ever been told I look old. Of all the ways anyone's ever told, like my son just points out I have a white beard, but not you. You came in with kindness, with love, with a beautiful story about your husband, with a mass offering, and then you told me I looked old. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, don't forget to like, subscribe, notifications, all that stuff. Just double check you're subscribed. Barun, my niece just found out their son's high school Hadley sectioning ring all over news. Was vid of locker missman having something young boy immediately removed all the kids from school to homeschool. Your curriculum, please. Yeah, I get the question about the curriculum a lot. I need to get Mrs. Coleman on the show one time to explain our curriculum, because I don't know. I know I see the Kolbe Academy books, but that's what I think they use is Kolbe Academy, but she would be better to explain that than I am. Kolbe being Kolbe, Kolbe Academy, after Maximilian Kolbe, who died in a concentration camp in, I think, Austria or Poland, somewhere over there. One of the theories in the back of my mind about Charlie was that they took him because they wanted to go to war with Iran. The desperation is real. That's not a theory. I think that's a known fact. I think that passes the level of opinion at this point. I think the actions of the last few days verify that, and particularly the actions of the TPUSA employees who act like Charlie would have publicly been in favor of this. Nonsense, gentlemen. Nonsense. And I use gentlemen loosely. I see you removed a photo from the wall. I did. I could not be more disappointed right now than I am. And I'm not going to have the photo up right now. So that's what you get for now. Yo, Big B, I'm 23 and would love a baby. Any advice? Well, I mean, PG advice? So my advice would be get married. That's first. Find, if you're a woman, I think, based on your picture. Actually, I can't tell. Find you a good person of the opposite sex, and get after it. Get after it. I'm not going to give you that advice. Funny story about that, though. I probably shouldn't tell the story, and I probably shouldn't have done it, but I was pissed. You'd be surprised what people are willing to say to you when you go out in public with a lot of kids. One question they like to ask is, are they all yours? Another question they like to ask, they like to get personal and say, are these all yours with the same woman? I'm not sure that's an appropriate question. The answer is yes, but I'm not sure it's appropriate. The last question is totally inappropriate. If this is you, don't ask this, because you'll get the response that I gave this person when we were out Halloweening. I had 5 kids with me. Wife was at home with a baby. And I go to someone's door, knock, 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 trick or treat. And she comes out and she goes, oh, are all these yours? And I said, yeah. She goes, you know what causes that, right? And I don't know what came over me. But I said, yeah, we're damn good at it too. Here's how it happened. And I gave her a couple of descriptive details of exactly how it happened. Positioning, aggression. The color drained right out of her face. This is a woman like in her 40s. I don't think she'd ever had a stranger graphically describe things for her like that at her doorstep. But now she knows how it happened, and I described how each one happened. Baron, mad love and respect. Well, maybe not after that story, but thank you. Thank you. Edge had to laugh when Zach Wolfman referred to Rick Cutler as the brown shirt guy after you teased me for calling him the brown guy. See, we just cut to the chase. What's in a name? Okay. This is the part I didn't want to get into, but since you brought it up, I'll get into this part. Zach had a part, this is going back to the Wolves and Finance video, that I think is good and worth watching. But again, this is another part I don't agree with, and I was going to try to not mention this part, but I'm going to. You brought him up. I don't agree he was shot with a palm pistol. Period. End of story. I've long said that. I've looked into it. To me, it's fantastical. It's nonsensical. It's not possible. But he had a video that circulated very early on after Charlie Kirk passed away, where Rick Cutler is seen in the crowd and he's looking back. Like it looked to me like he was stationed to look out at that part of the crowd from in the crowd. So he's kind of got his shoulder or his back to Charlie Kirk, and he's getting what looks like Dan Flood's attention. And he gives a series of numbers. He gives a 5, a 4, and a 3. But what we never see him give is a 2 or a 1. No, I've never seen that video. If it exists, I haven't seen it. Nor have I seen where the 5, 4, and 3 line up to the 5-minute mark, 4-minute mark, and 3-minute mark before Charlie Kirk was taken down. In order to prove that to me, what I would need is a continual running video that shows me the 5, the 4, and the 3 were 1 minute apart. That would at least tell me he's counting down minutes. Instead of like, hey, 5, I need a Diet Coke. 4, a soda would be, any kind of soda. Now I'm thirsty. 3, I'll even take a water, now maybe he was counting down minutes till Charlie Kirk went down. I don't know, but I've not seen anybody correlate the video of Rick Cutler doing the 5, the 4, and the 3 to the time before the Big Bang. And I don't think it would be particularly hard to do. Just line up that video and see what everybody's doing in the background, and then look at the long video that we have leading up to the moment of the Big Bang and see, can we correlate the 5 with what's going on the stage in both videos? I've not even seen anybody attempt to do that. Zach didn't try to do that today on his video. Instead, it was sort of presented as a fact. Not just Zach, but when I first saw it going around right after the event, it was sort of put on as a fact of course, this is what he was doing. Well, how do we know that's what he was doing? I mean, that's how you wave also. That 5, but that also means wave. Like, hi, how you doing? And again, if there's a 5, a 4, and a 3, where's the 2 and the 1? Like, those would be more important than the 5, the 4, and the 3. Because now we're getting down to the nitty gritty. And I don't know how you would correlate the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2, and the 1, even if there was a video of a 2 and a 1, even though you could show the minutes. How are you coordinate that with who's asking questions? When are they going to ask questions? Because 5 minutes before, Charlie's talking to Henry Dell. He's not talking to Hunter Kozak. He's talking to the Henry Dell guy about the Mormon church and the LDS church and everything going on there. And the only reason he gets off of Henry Dell, and it just seemed kind of random, he gets off of Henry Dell just because the crowd's kind of like, we've had enough of this guy. And so, but Henry Dell went for 8 minutes. What if he'd gone for 10 or 11? I mean, now your 5, 4, 3, 2, 1's all screwed up. Unless you're saying the Hunter Kozak question is not relevant. And I'm not, that's a bridge too far for me right now. So I think there's a little more proof that has to be offered. I'm not saying Zach's wrong on the Wolves and Finance video, but what I am saying is he didn't convince me today that there's anything to that. He just showed me video that's been floating around for 5 months that may or may not have anything to do with it. And then he concluded about the palm gun. I don't think he had a palm gun. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that would be the most confident palm gun shot in the history of man. He didn't even aim it. He just picked it up and grabbed his sleeve. Like, he didn't even aim it. And that's a remarkable shot if that's true. Erica moved your Trump picture to a lower shelf for you. Well, she did it for my daughter. That's funny. That's funny. Way to take that photo down. Yeah, it's down. Certainly down. I'm very disappointed. I'm holding back my disappointment for you guys. I'm holding it back. Thank you for the generous contribution, Veronica. Baron here from the beginning, new member and first super chat for Please protect your kidneys and tell us hope, please, anytime it's necessary. Health is important. Now my kidneys are at play. I was already told I might get bladder cancer. Wait for you guys to terrify me. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Watch the member show yesterday. First off, you're an Outcast fan. I am. Yeah. Early stuff, not later Outcast. And second, I seriously need to know where you got that AT Aliens hoodie. I've had it for years. I don't know where I got it. I got it online somewhere. I bet you could find it. It was like an AT Aliens hoodie that looked like the Atlanta Braves script. It's awesome. I've never worn it and not gotten comments about it. It's that kind of hoodie. It's a conversation piece. You're a good listener. Well, I'm a good talker, so. but Baron, maybe move Rosa Parks to top row. I mean, I could, but I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. For now, I'm leaving the black square. It's like June 2020 in here, boys. I got a black square. Replace it with Charlie Kirk. Look at you dropping gift memberships. You guys are so. Greetings from Falkenberg, Sweden. Disgusting seeing Trump becoming Mikulowski's female dog. Midnight here right now. Had to stay up late because you promised the show. Go Max and God bless. I will do my best. Thanks for that. Why aren't we furious about Smith-Munt? I'm assuming you're talking about the Smith-Munt Modernization Act, where the CIA can now issue their propaganda to U.S. citizens. I don't know. I think it raises the question, don't we believe they probably were already doing that in the first place? Why did I get a message that said, do not attack the other guests in their comments? Was that start to everyone? Don't recall attacking anyone. Yeah, I just put that up for everybody. After the last show, a lot of people got bent out of shape. I got a lot of emails, Facebook messages from friends, text messages from friends saying that they thought the chat got a little rowdy with people attacking each other. There's no reason. This is, as we come to these comments, we celebrate things like recovery, going back to church. We celebrate births. We celebrate, we mourn with each other on deaths, or, we have a good time. We talk about the issues of the day. There's no reason to attack anybody. That's not what we're here for. That's all. Couldn't wait for that photo to be taken down. Not the president we voted for. America first. Love watching your show. So glad I grew to love the Wiggles. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of the people that hated my wiggling and said I moved too much when I first started have stopped. Either I've stopped moving as much, or you guys have grown accustomed to it, and it's now second nature. Both are fine with me, either or are fine with me. But as to your first point, not the president we voted for. I mean, I voted for the president who put on Twitter that he thought Obama would start a war with Iran because he was a lousy negotiator and he couldn't cut a deal. And the guy who said no more foreign wars. We're not going to start these unnecessary foreign wars. So, I mean, that's, it's a little bit like when you, say you buy a car. It's a big purchase, right? Or you buy a house and you go tour the house and it's beautiful, right? It's got the floors you want, the right number of bedrooms and all this. It's just the house you want. And then you get in there and you realize, oh, it's got water damage all over the place. Like you buy the house and you realize it's water damaged. It's got mold. It's got termites. The roof needs replaced. It's got a bad air conditioner. You're going to be $6,000 out, $12,000 out buying a new air conditioner, $30,000 for a roof. The mold remediation is going to cost $50,000. Like you feel like you didn't get what you negotiated for, what you bought. Like you intended to buy a beautiful house for you and your family to live in. And now you're out of the house while it's getting repaired and it's getting all these remediations done. That's what this feels like to me. I want to go home. I want what I bought. I want what I paid for. I want the president that told me this wouldn't happen. First time I could think of voted was the year P. Diddy was promoting Obama. I know then I'd never vote, no point. First time here, new member, love you, Ian, Candace, Coach Colin, hate this world and what it is. Yeah, I'm going to have a difficult time. I'm going to have a difficult time voting in this midterm election. Particularly for my congressman. He's a turd. And I voted for him last time. over the person everybody else was telling me to vote for, and he won. He was not supposed to win, and he did. But he ran a different campaign than he's become, which is what happens to all of them, a lot of them. And he's a turd, and I'm not going to vote for him again. I don't know if I'll vote for anybody else either. I told you my thing. I need to hear my priority is America, not any other country, and I'm a Christian. If you can give me those two things, I'm going to vote for you. This guy, his comments the last week or two have told me he is not either of those things. Or at least he's not the first one. Thank you, Chatters. Was worried for a moment. Oh, okay. Hey, mods. Oh, we got somebody being nice to the mods. Wow, Dorinda. Dropping 2 bills early. 9 minutes into the show. Thank you. Thank you. No middle picture. This is to help with wife, kids, sister Daisy, and mods. Y'all give so much help to the community. Understand the ununderstandable. For that, we appreciate you and all you do. Yeah. They've all been incredibly talented additions to the program. And I'm thankful for every bit of help. Everybody's been fantastic. So thank you for that, by the way. Thank you. Baron, my lovely wife and I both voted for Trump, but between the war and Epstein, we're glad to see that picture is gone. Put Jesus up there. Oh man, you put Jesus up there, people freak out. You want people to freak out. Put a picture of Jesus up. Half the people say you're not supposed to have a picture of Jesus. The other half say that's the wrong picture of Jesus. He didn't look like that. He looked like this. Half of them think he's a Swede. Half of them think he's Palestinian. I don't know what he was. I don't care. I know this. I love him. And he loves you. He loves you. I know that. But I don't know what he looked like, so I don't know which version I'm supposed to put up there. Hey, Baron, first ever super chat is for a coffee date with Mrs. Coleman. My husband Greg and I love your show. Please wish him a happy anniversary for me. We're married 10 years, together 18. Happy anniversary. Happy 10th anniversary. Glad you finally got off your butt and married her after 8 years. Why'd you make her wait that long, Greg? No, congratulations. I'll do that. Now we're off coffee, so I have to wait till after Easter, but I will certainly take you up on that. Thank you very much for that. Howdy, Baron. I've been trying to figure out something. Been driving me crazy. Haven't heard you say RBP. Does it stand for Real Baron Podcast? Love you and God bless. It does. Yeah, it does. That's the little logo up there under Teddy. It may be on the other side for you guys. It may be over here under the law degree over there. But it's on one of these sides for you guys. But yeah, Real Baron Podcast. It's the official title of the show. Nobody calls it that. Given Candace's and your previous remarks about and theories of military involvement in Charlie Kirk's deletion, I find the Wolves video to be highly believable. Again, I think it's a data point. It needs to be considered. It needs to be evaluated. It needs to be examined. There are a couple things in there I've evaluated and I just don't find that compelling. But I could definitely see a military motive for removing Charlie Kirk, particularly in light of what's happened in the last 72 hours. Baron, great work. Your podcast will soon be a behemoth to rival Candace, but got to stay humble, as EK would say. I hope I'm more humble than she is. Just wondering your views on the Novus Ordo versus TLM debate. Which do you attend, or both? I go to both. I do the Novus Ordo more than the TLM. I actually ordered one of the TLM missiles with the English translation so I can have a better understanding of what's happening in there. But I do go to both, and not both every week, one or the other each week. But like I went to Novus Ordo this morning, and it was great. So happy with both. But definitely see the beauty and appreciate both. Here's what I'll say about the TLM. I've taken a few people with me as guests. And I tell them, you have to understand this isn't about you. Like this, they don't care. They care you're there, but they're not going to acknowledge you're there. You might get the priest every now and then turn around and go, Oremos, and he's right back to the altar. If you're there to be entertained, go somewhere else because it's very much not about you. So, it's like going to a funeral. It's not about you, Did you say something else at the end there? Oh, which do I attend? Baron, my husband respectfully suggests Calvin Coolidge as a new addition to your wall. Thank you for all you do. Keep up the good work. Do you know how much boredom that adds to the wall? His nickname was literally Silent Cal. I mean, I appreciate the suggestion, but I'd like to keep it a little livelier up there. I have some great personalities up here. Silent Cal? He was a fine president. A one-termer, but a fine president. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly. You forgot the last half of the prayer. My wife and I say that every night right before we go to bed. And if one of us falls asleep before the other, the waking party says it alone. But yeah, that's the last thing we say to each other before we go to bed. Please stop making excuses for Trump. He did not do this for us. He did this for Trump and for... That's the magic blanket. The emperor has no clothes and the world can see. Did I make excuses for him? Or are you talking to some of the other commenters? Barron voted for that guy 3 times and finally realized very quickly that he's absolutely bought and paid for by our greatest ally. He is disgusting. Not a bad take. New member here. I finally took the plunge. Well, welcome aboard. I think you'll find the waters warm. I'd put a picture of Candace there. I saw there was a picture floating around on X of that someone had dubbed Coach Colin up there. I thought it was hilarious. Not a bad selection either. Not a bad. Oh, let me go back. Somebody said in a minute I'll be rivaling Candace. I don't want to rival Candace. I like Candace. She's not a rival. I want to do my best show I can do every day. I want to give you guys entertainment and information for the time you invest into this program, and I want to invest the time necessary to create good content for you guys. I'm not doing it to rival Candace or anything like that. Obviously, I'd like the show to do well so we can continue meeting together here 4 nights a week and continue doing a member show every week and all that stuff. I'd like the show to succeed, obviously, but I'm not doing it to rival any particular person. Certainly not the queen of podcasting. I owe an apology because I used the word hate when referring to President Trump, and unfortunately you showed that comment. I'm a never Trumper conservative, and hate is a strong word I shouldn't have used. Have you always been a never Trumper? Obviously, you can't answer that now. Thank you for the for bestowing upon fellow commenters the gift of membership. Saddens me deeply that most Americans are oblivious to the consequences of war. Lord, have mercy on us for the actions of our government. I pray for all those lives that will be forever changed. Yeah. You guys know who Bryland Hollyhand is? Bryland Hollyhand? He's a pipsqueak. He's nothing. But he posted something trying to be Billy Bad A crooked letter. And he was all, these Qatari backed people, these mullahs are getting what's coming to them. Buddy, sign up. You're 19. You can go to this. You can sign up and carry a gun. They'll take you. I promise you they'll take you. I went to law school with a guy. He's now a professor there. I probably gave away who he is. He was in my class in law school. Brilliant guy. And he'd been in the Marines. And I just assumed he had been a commissioned officer in the Marines. And so I asked him, like, what did you do? And he's like, oh, I got out as an E4 or whatever. And I was like, well, you went to college? Why weren't you an officer? He's like, I didn't want to be an officer. Like, I just wanted to be a grunt. Like, give me a gun, send me through basic, give me the Marine treatment. That's all I wanted. I was like, really? Like, it could have been so much easier on you. He's like, I didn't want all that. And he, deployed and everything else. I was like, he just went right to the front lines. I respect that. Brylan, the Marines are calling. They'll take you. Mark Levin, your kids and grandkids can go to the Marines. Ted Cruz, your daughter can sign up. Daughters, they'll take people. You can go to the Navy, go to the Army, the Air Force. All these people are accepting applicants. I think anyone promoting this should have some skin in the game. Like your kids better be over there or better be in the service. Or else just dial it back a little bit, could you? Nikola Tesla would be a great DT picture replacement. He's from the Balkans. Oh, I am big in the Balkans. He talked to pigeons. I talked to crows, and I like pigeons as well. He was into electricity. You're into the electric universe, both high IQ. Here's the problem with Nikola Tesla. I think he was brilliant, way ahead of his time, probably understood things of the universe that other people just don't, frankly. But the problem is, have you ever met a Tesla fan who's like stable? It seems like everyone maybe it's just me. Maybe these are the people I've come in contact with. But everybody I talk to who's big into Tesla, not the car company. I'm talking about Nikola, the man himself. Everyone who's big into Tesla is like, they say weird stuff. They say weird stuff. You don't come across a lot of normal people who are like, oh, let me tell you about Tesla. And so that's kind of my Tesla issue is I think it's going to give off the wrong message if I put him up. Cool story about Tesla, though. Do you remember the Tunguska event in Russia? Everybody said it was some sort of bolide that, came in and exploded and it flattened like 800 square miles of trees. If you don't know about the Tunguska event in 1908, look it up. There's a cool theory that actually was Tesla that did that, and it was a total mistake. What he was trying to do was create so the theory goes. I don't know that I buy it, but it's cool, and I've entertained it. He was trying to create like a northern lights effect by electrifying with plasma the atmosphere over the North Pole. There was somebody traveling, I think, to the North Pole about that time. And so from the Wardenclyffe Tower in New Jersey, he shoots electricity towards the North Pole in an effort to electrify the upper atmosphere and create a plasma sort of northern lights effect. It overshoots the target, and the plasma arc then comes back and lands in Tunguska. And I don't talk to them, they're all dead now, but if you listen to the testimonies of the people who were on the ground who remembered seeing it, what they describe is not at all a bolide coming in and exploding. They describe a long event that was several minutes long of tremendous quantities of energy coming in and out of the atmosphere. And so I kind of buy it. Ignoring that phone call, so it's not Candace this time. No, it's not. It's not Candace. It was my 19-year-old. But my wife's home. I figure if she needs something, she can call her. And I think she's at work, so I don't know. I don't know how much help I could provide. What's your opinions on wolves and finance latest? I gave that. Yeah, I gave that. Not a fan of the palm gun theory. Not a fan of the triples. The demonic OK symbol. But other than that, I mean, I think the rest should be probably filed away with, we should talk about this and try to figure it out. Baron, new sub here. Please keep my family in prayers. My 3-year-old son has cerebral palsy, and stem cell study in Mexico may give him hope. Certainly we'll do that. I had a friend who was going blind and went to Mexico and got some kind of therapy down there and now sees. So if that gives you any hope, I hope it's a fruitful trip down there. Zach, Wolves in Finance today alleged Charlie might have been CO handler. Candace could not be handled, obviously. Is that why AK told her she was supposed to be the one? Your thoughts? Could Charlie have been her handler? I did hear that part. I don't know. The problem with that is you have to believe Charlie is a firm enough believer at that age to be trusted with being a handler of someone who's older than he is. And if he is, then why is he then leaving the reservation down the road? Like, why are they unable to control him later? Handlers by definition are handled. They're by definition handled. Oh, stop talking to me, Siri. No one wants to hear what you have to say. All right, let me get back. Sir Baron, we don't see eye to eye on all things, but I always respect your opinion. You have a brilliant mind and personality for this. Infectious laughter and a kind heart. I'm sorry I'm not very funny tonight. I don't my heart is very heavy today, very heavy in light of the news from the last few days. It's hard to laugh when you see a school blown up and 80 kids died. Like, it's hard for me to laugh in that moment. We become numb to things over time, and maybe that the shock wears off at some point. But seeing those little kids, the pictures out of that school are just shocking. It's hard for me to laugh. I got a girl that age. I got a 7-year-old girl. Thank you for being you, and God bless you and your family. Well, God bless you and your family as well, Anna. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. I wasn't done coughing before I took my finger off the cough button. It's wild how you mentioned on your show Shapiro has caterpillar eyes. Then a couple days later, he goes viral for having caterpillar eyes. All right, I'm back to laughing. His eyebrows grew after I made that comment. Somehow they doubled in size overnight. And I'm frankly terrified, because if they double again, he's going to have a real problem with it. Baron, I forgot to write something in my first super chat, so here I go again. I'm a pagan, and I love you and Candace. I pray for your protection. Much love from Croatia, Europe. I don't even know what pagans believe. I hear the term thrown around a lot. I just assumed it was like diverse, modern, nature-centered, and often polytheistic set of spiritual traditions honoring the earth. Yeah, I'm not that. But I appreciate you thinking about me. Thank you. And we're big in Croatia as well. Absolutely sick over this Iran war, but never voted for him. Knew he couldn't be trusted ever. That said, wasn't impressed with Biden either. Former Dem here, and knew we were misled by our own party about Biden. Christ is king. Christ is king indeed. I think there's a legitimate chance Biden didn't even know he was president. Like, Biden didn't even like the Biden presidency because he didn't know about it. There's a greater than 0% chance he does not know he was ever president. W opening statement. Christ is king. I'm assuming W means good, so thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you for that contribution. It's very generous. For the military members and innocent civilians already lost in this war, and for their family. Oh, you gave some kind of an emoji, and I don't know what that emoji means, but I hope it's good. I hope it means good things. I hope it doesn't mean bad things. I was in Iraq the day the leader was removed and saw the celebrations of the Iraqi people. For that reason, seeing the celebrations of the weekend don't mean very much. History repeats. Yeah, no country's almost no country that I'm aware of is 100% in favor one way or the other, 100% opposed to somebody or 100% opposed to somebody. So anytime there's some sort of shocking removal of somebody, a percentage of the country is going to cheer. And in a country of 90 million people, it doesn't take a very large percentage of people to create large groups of people cheering. And obviously, all the people that have left the country don't like the guy. So, y'all be careful. Mods are watching. Always watching. Always watching. I pulled this up because I disagree with it. President Trump is for peace, hence taking action against a regime that promoted hatred in the world, not just Iran. Everyone should look at the bigger picture. My problem with that take is there are a lot of regimes that promote hatred in the world. We cannot be in the business of removing all of them. Like, what have we done to fix China? What have we done to fix North Korea? What have we done to fix a lot of these countries? There's multiple countries in Africa that are ruled by brutal dictators. They're still there. Is the solution to go after all of them? I don't know. And is that our role? Because there are a lot of countries that think the United States promotes hatred, subjectively in their opinion. Because you're subjectively, in your opinion, saying they promote hatred. And if they subjectively believe, that's essentially the Osama bin Laden argument for 9/11, that he didn't have a problem launching a war against us because he believed we voted for George Bush and Bill Clinton. And he thought that was hatred. I don't want to live in a world where everyone who identifies something called hatred is able to just murder and just remove people from the planet. People define everything as hatred these days. Everything's considered hatred now. So I appreciate your contribution to the program. I appreciate you being a member and all that. But I respectfully disagree that's our role as world police out there, removing every regime that promotes any aspect of hatred. Wolves in Finance must watch. Again, I was a little underwhelmed with parts of it, or a little in complete defiance of parts of it, but parts of it were compelling. Sounds like what China forces millionaires to do after they kidnapped as a condition of their release. I don't know what that means. B-Dog. Y'all aren't going to give up on the B-Dog thing, are you? I missed the members live, but I saw the Outcast hoodie. More street cred. Easily my favorite black podcaster ahead of Michelle Obama. I didn't know Michelle Obama had a podcast. I thought you were calling me a black podcaster first. And I was like, oh. It's like when people call Bill Clinton the first black president. I'm like, because he plays sax? I mean, what kind of racial stereotypes are we throwing around here? You ever listen to Promethean Action? No. If so, opinions? I have none. If not, will you watch some of their information sometime? Probably not. Thank you, R.I.P. Charlie. Jesus loves you. I'm so busy. I can't add a whole nother podcast unless there's some. I mean, if you give me a compelling reason, but all you did was tell me to watch them, I'm probably not gonna do that. Thank you for blacking out, removing the disappointment that was on your wall. Oh, he's not blacked out. He's gone. He doesn't exist anymore. I couldn't put him back up if I wanted to. I'd have to buy another one. He has dead eyes. Oh, you're talking about James Rawlinson? Who are you talking about? Not me, surely. But Baron, I was honestly that you could not defend the Catholic faith on Thursday for its non-Zionist doctrine. See Catholics for Catholics recent video on this. You were honestly what? Disappointed? Surprised? Aghast? Gobsmacked? I mean, it's in the catechism, isn't it? Thank you for getting rid of that number one sellout from the wall behind you. Power to the people and peace on earth. Christ is king. Christ is king indeed. I wouldn't vote for a third term if that's what you're asking me. So far, a young man seems he may have been unwell prior to schizophrenic induced psychosis from seeing the shooting. We know people who react oddly. That's a very favorable reading, Michelle or Michael. A very favorable reading of his behavior. What are your thoughts on the newest Wolves in Finance? He's questioning if CK is part of the Illuminati during the early days. That part I wholly disagree with. Also, he is leaning towards CK was Candace's handler. Yeah, I think it's more likely that they both had a similar handler. Like they both had a single person that was assigned to the unit of TPUSA or whatever. I mean, I think she has a handler now. I think it's pretty obvious who she is. You don't have to look around long to figure out who Erica Kirk's handler, not Candace's, but Erica's. She's never seen without her. I mean, it sounds insane, but the military tech is more than capable of making people do weird things and hear weird voices and say weird things. Yeah. Shout out to Daisy. Yeah, shout out to Daisy. Let me go back to this for a second. I have no doubt they have technology that allows them to make it sound like you're hearing something in your voice, in your head. And that terrifies me. You know, if you shoot some sort of weapon through my window and I start hearing voices in my head telling me to do things, what impact could that have on me? That's terrifying. What if I act on them? What if I, do something crazy? I don't think I would. I mean, I don't know. Luckily, I've never audibly heard anything in like a normal state. I have shared on the show a couple of truly what I think are mystical experiences I've had. One that led me to give up anxiety and worry. Edge, I'm not defending crazy, but I hear the Mel Gibson character in Conspiracy Theory with Julia Roberts. He seemed crazy, but he had it all in there, just jumbled form. I don't know what that means. Special Forces wear green berets, not red. I was married to a Green Beret for 27 years. I highly doubt DS's Army Special Forces. So I've had people weigh in on this when we did the last show, and what they said was he probably was attached to the 19th via some other unit that provided some sort of support. But that's just a guess. Three-time Trump voter. I honestly worried if you were going to do something with his picture. Friends and family walked away from me. Are they gloating? I don't know. Sad times. What matters most is Christ is King. Yeah, Christ is King indeed. The only thing we can pray for at this point is, I mean, it sounds hokey, but I mean, we got to pray for peace. We got to pray for the peace process to take back over. I think there's a persistent impediment to peace in the world, and I think it needs to be dealt with. It's not, I mean, Trump may be giving into it. I don't think it originates with him. There's a revival because of Charlie, not the initial one TP was planning to profit off of. I believe there's a secondary one. Catholicism started Rome Sweet Home recently and found a local parish. Rome Sweet Home is a great book. When you finish, let me know what you think about it. I'm very curious as people finish it, what they think. Veterans Month. Speaking as one, that'll happen when dinosaurs come back to life. Is there not a Veterans Month? There should be, shouldn't there? Everybody else gets a month. It's my birthday at weekend. Go Max, Baron. At weekend, you must be. That sounds like something a European would say. That sounds British. At weekend. We're going out at weekend. That doesn't sound like Americans. We talk about on the weekend. This weekend, my birthday. That's a birthday on the weekend. At weekend. Textbook schizophrenic episode. I'll take your word for it. I've never had one. On the tweet example, where the first style, the tweet, where the first style changed the XX or the asterisk before and after words, along with the EM dashes. He's having conversations with Chat GPT and posting them. Shows up when you copy bolded text from Chat GPT. I've heard that. I think Daisy was the first person to say that to me. And like a Chat GPT combo. Yeah, I think you're right. What happened to top center photo behind you? It had a bad day. Was that yesterday or today? I'm losing track of the days. I think it was today. I don't remember. Yeah, it had a bad day. It met its demise. Isaiah 58:10, in regards to the statement, I own the night and free the oppressed, maybe. Either that or vampires. Let's hope it's Isaiah and not vampires. Now I got to find Isaiah. Found him. 58:10. Vampires. Speaking of vampires, once again, a plug for the song If We Were Vampires. Most amazing love song I think I've ever heard written. 58:10. If you lavish your food on the hungry and satisfy the afflictive, then your light shall rise in the darkness and your gloom shall become like midday. I don't know what that has to say with anything about owning the night. That sounds like vampires. Very sad. Textbook schizophrenic ability to fly, obsession with tech, government saying he's special forces. Tech and Gov saying he's special forces, maybe a real vet, triggered seeing it happen. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it didn't trigger you. I'm in healthcare, addiction medicine. I call bipolar psychosis. See, I didn't read it that way. I read it more that he was having a, like that's who he was, but he can only hide it for so long. I know people like that. I've known people like that my whole life. They're really nuts, but they can pull it off for a little bit. They can hold it together here and there. But the reality is they're kind of crazy. And if you give them enough time, they'll show it to you. That's kind of how I interpreted it. Maybe I just know a bunch of nutsos. And these people actually, and this guy actually has a medical condition, but the people I know are the people that you'll see them hold it together in certain settings. And I keep looking at them like any moment, this guy's going to break with reality, like any moment. And then the conversation picks up a little pace. And I'm like, here we go. 3, 2, 1, boom. And then he lets them have it. Those are the people I know. Granted, I don't know that. Valhalla asked his audience, how do we know Iran does not have nuclear weapons? Because we wouldn't have attacked them if they did. Bingo. I imagine they would have already used them on Israel. There's only one country in the world that's ever used a nuclear weapon in anger. It's not Pakistan. It's not India. not China. It's not France. It's not England. I only know one country who's ever used a nuclear weapon in anger, and we've done it twice. So I'd be careful throwing that around. But I was told Valhalla, and I like Valhalla. I think Nate's a good guy. But I was told we destroyed their nuclear capacity in June. So that's why I believe they don't have them. I don't think they had them then, and I don't think they have them now. But, I mean, North Korea's never used one in anger. South America and Libya dismantled their nuclear program. But not South America, South Africa. And Libya dismantled their nuclear program. Soviet Union never used one. Russia's never used one. So I think the precedent is not there to say they would use one. And I got to say, I mean, from a strategic perspective, it would be absolutely ludicrous for them to use one in anger against Israel or anyone else. Because, I mean, that's basically a global license to destroy your country. Like, if you use one on somebody, it's probably not going to end well for you. Did Daisy get email of audit? Leah Files did for CK. I have no idea. Can't comment on Daisy's emails. His random tweets are obviously copied and pasted from AI. Yeah, but I mean, they could be copied and pasted and altered to, like, why would AI randomly capitalize random words? You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. That's not. I've talked to enough AI. They don't randomly capitalize a bunch of words. 19th Special Forces Group, the Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed, located in Draper, Utah. I want my special forces to say, "We kill when asked." Like, that's what they're supposed to do. I don't want them liberating the oppressed. I want them murdering our enemies when they attack us. That's what I want a special forces group to do. I want them to be the best people in the world at murdering the enemies of those who attack us. And I don't want to use them unless they do. The ones supporting and defending this war must not have a child in the military. Defend and protect the USA is their job. I see no correlations to bombing Iran. Pay for our military and their family. Thank you. Did you watch Wolves and Finance video today about Charlie possibly being Candace's handler and a double agent? I did. I'm not convinced, but I think it, you guys tell me. No, the government wants to sterilize and weaken the U.S. population like Bill Gates. Gasps in typical horror movie fashion. Where did he come from? Wasn't his mom or dad or somebody big into some big liberal cause, and he had some failing business, and Bill Gates did, and then someone came in with some technology, and all of a sudden he's the richest man in the world? I can't remember that story. I've heard that story. Curious your thoughts on the Wolves and Finance video today. Does it change your opinion about a potential palm pistol? No, it actually solidified my opinion that palm pistol is an impossibility, Angela. I like Zach again, except for his foreign policy, which I find pretty suspect. But you will never in a million years convince me he was shot with a palm pistol. Ever. There's no video evidence of it. There's no evidence that's an even possible shot. There's no evidence that a security team would take that shot when there are people standing behind him. I mean, it's just nonsense. I find it logistically silly. B, when was it recorded from Jesse? He gave the date in there when he said it was 2 days ago or 3 days ago. I think it was probably like October 25, maybe. If I had to guess a particular date, somewhere in there. My son has 4 more years in the Marines. I'm so disgusted with Trump. We have no business in Iran, blackmail, or the Epstein files. The reason? I don't know the reason. I mean, I really don't know the reason. And I leave open the possibility that they have more intel than we have. I mean, that's just a fact of life. But I think one of the things they owe a population before they go to war on their behalf is a thorough explanation of why. And telling me that you're liberating a population, telling me that you're afraid one day they'll get nuked. I saw an interesting graph, and I think probably outlines it a lot more clearly than anything else I've seen. The support for Israel has done this in the United States, and the support against Israel has done this. The opposition to Israel has done this. It's skyrocketing in opposition to them, and it's plummeting in support of them. And it's actually crossed. Now there's more negativity now than before there ever has been. There never has been before. In the last 6 months, now there's more. And so they've lost the public. And so this is their last, I think, chance to really do it and have any hope of public support. And there's nothing more focus grouped in terms of going to war than nukes. Like, we were told Saddam was trying to get a nuke. We were told, everybody's supposedly trying to get a nuke. But then we go in there and there's no evidence they were ever trying to get it. This screams MKU soldiers already. Oh. All connected. Please see email and tweets. Would love to chat. Probably not going to chat. I mean, I'll review what you send, but I'm probably not going to chat. I'm too busy to chat with people. Again, I mean, I get it's nice. I like getting them because we do get some good tips out of them. But if you're getting hundreds of emails a day, I can't chat to hundreds of people a day. I can't even chat to my mom most days. I'm too busy for that. So, but thank you. Please send the tips. I want to read the tips. But say everything in the initial email. Don't ask if I want more. Just assume I want more and send it all. I think what they're saying here is that the message cipher discusses a terror attack on U.S. soil using a ship headed to Savannah. I think that's what they were saying. Yeah. Was there confusion on that? I wasn't paying attention to the chat as I was going through it. But yeah, that's exactly what they were saying, was that they believed, Jesse and his team at least had a more than 50% belief that there was a potential for a mass casualty event, a terrorist attack on American soil, and it scared them. As it would scare me if I discovered such a thing. Check out Victor Marks. TPUSA Faith, former Marine, Colorado Springs, Sam 702. How do you know he's Sam 702? MK Ultra, Funeral Home with Erica, and much more. Check emails. You don't have to tell me to check the emails. I check the emails. I promise you. The emails get read. They get open, they get read. There's a lot there that I don't think is supported by the evidence unless you can provide really solid evidence in your email that Victor Marks is the Sam 702, that someone that owns a funeral home with Erica or was there. I don't know. 30,000 live watching, counselor. We're down to 28,000. Thank you. We're trying our best over here. Is David special forces or just special? Maybe that's what he meant by special forces. Special forces. Not special forces. Not like the bad A crooked letters who have to qualify. No. Special forces. So Jesse is suggesting this guy's behind it. No, I don't think that's what Jesse's necessarily suggesting. I think Jesse's suggesting there was at least suspicion that guy was involved in some other stuff. And if that pans out, then he needs to be evaluated why he was at the Charlie Kirk event, because he doesn't seem to like Charlie Kirk all that much. That's how I interpret it. I'll let Jesse speak for himself what he was suggesting. If you're in the service, go AWOL. If you have family in the service, implore them to do what's right. Eternity does not care about your orders. Your life is more than fodder. Your soul is more than fodder. I'm not going to suggest that to people. I just suggest people examine their conscience and always act in accordance with their conscience. So, if their conscience leads them to that, then I encourage them to follow their conscience, but I'm not going to tell them what to do. The first two tweets look like copy paste direct from Chat GPT. The dash or the star usually indicates something was bold. I think the rest pronunciation are stylized code. Thank you, Baron, for being fantastic. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. Can you holler out a happy birthday for my daughter, Lulu? She's a fan too. Good afternoon, Lulu. Evening, good morning, wherever you happen to be. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. had a birthday in my house 2 days ago. We celebrated. Is it just me, or was that coded message regarding the explosives that took out CK? I don't know. If you could prove that, but why would they say that a month after the fact? Because that was sent 5, 6, 8 weeks later. And Bubba Bear and the WMD in Baltimore is the plot of the movie The Sum of All Fears. I saw that, but it's been a long time. I was unaware. Jesse's exploiting the opportunity. Young man is clearly manic, bipolar schizo, textbook schizo, delusions triggered by shooting. This is a big stretch. I mean, it may be a big stretch, but I think the code needs to be examined. That's my point. I wanted to bring it to you, say, I came across this. It was compelling to me in the sense that I think people needed to look at it and double check. Is there a code? Wills and Finance get great today. CIA and military intel compete against each other. CIA now, I'll have an opinion on that. I'll come back to it. CIA more dim, military intelligence more red. Rep and Pit America against each other. CK caught in the middle, either knowingly or unknowingly. Candace Owens lucky to get out. So I don't know about the military intelligence being more Republican or the CIA being more Democrat, but I do know, or I do believe, there's a massive fight inside each of these agencies for control of the agency. Like there's a factional fight inside the CIA. There's a factional fight inside the defense intelligence agencies. There's a massive fight inside NSA, and then they do fight within each other. Like the CIA and the NSA don't like each other. Notice CIA contractor Edward Snowden goes to NSA, leaks all their stuff, and flees the country. Like I understood that for what I thought it was. A CIA true believer leaking all over the NSA. Like, here's what the NSA does. You don't like them. Don't trust them. Do any of his tweets decode to 910 or any other? I don't know. I don't think so. Real-time psyop, perhaps. Off topic, since we now know you're an Outkast fan, who's your favorite, Big Boy or Andre? Is that even a question? Is there really a Big Boy fan out there? Is anyone really a Big Boy fan? It's Andre 3000 and that other guy. That's not a fight. I think Eric and TPSA are blanking on themselves because they weren't expecting this many people to look into it. I agree with that. Oh, I've said that from the beginning. They had no idea this was going to continue like this. Love your work. Sent a chat once before. Probably said the wrong thing, but I emailed you a video worth watching the whole thing. Thank you. Could the pic David posted on his third weird tweet be a nighttime photo of one of those ports? Googling now, see if I can find pics. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why we provide the information. If you can confirm that or deny that, or you could figure out where that pic came from and say, no, this is a picture of Las Vegas. I mean, that'd be helpful. Gibraltar belongs to UK, southernmost point of Spain, close to the U.S. base of Roto Cadiz. Yeah, and the U.S. has been using that like crazy. I've been watching ADSB. DSJR passed off a parcel wrapped in white to Gaffney before chanting USA. You can see it tucked under elbow and hat. Gaffney tucks it away. Oh, really? I'll have to go back and watch that video. That's an interesting data point there. See, this is why you guys ask, why are you doing this? This is why. Yeah, the AI chat, sure. I worked at the Port of Savannah, and there was some sketchy doo-doo that was always going down out there, and I quit real freaking quick. Really? Chalk one up for the sketchy doo-doo contingency. He got to have coded messages for Kirk events somewhere. Maroon shirts, GT searches, timeline, all of it. Maybe. Go find him. His tweets are out there. Google doesn't want me to search night images port of LA. You're on a list. Baron, show Jesse's upload date and the unlisted video on YouTube, please. I downloaded it, so I'd have to go back and pull the original. I can't do it on the fly right now. I'll get with you. Utah is a very large treasure hunt community. We do lots of ciphers, put it out to the treasure hunt community to break the code. RBC, you are great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm putting it out. This is the whole point of the show. Let's get it out. Let's evaluate it. Look at the dates in Jesse's video. November 22 is recorded as Erica Kirk's birthday. In the documents CO shared last week, does this tie back to her? Ooh. Are these like real-time sparklers? Was that the Port of LA? Was a sparkler event for her? Where was she that night? Was she walking around on a boat in a gold Elvis suit? That'd be something. Yes, one of the dates she claims her birthday. No doubt. Does this have anything to do with the port workers that are reporting hearing screams from shipping containers? I have no idea. First I've heard of it. Thank you. FBI only responds if they need additional info. Good to know. What are some of the other dates that were in the code? Has anything else happened that correlates to those dates or locations? I don't remember the other dates off the top of my head. But he showed them on that video. You could rewind and find where he was scrolling. He showed them in his scroll, and I don't have them off the top of my head. I can find them. Maybe check the UPS plane in Louisville, Kentucky for what? If our major ports were shut down, it wouldn't just hurt. It would cripple the country. Our food, fuel, medicine, supply chains all move through those gateways. You don't need a nuke. Good. Did Candace post on X about the assassination plot against her on 22 November 2025? I have no idea. You tell me. Why are you asking? Tell me. Look it up. I don't know what date it is. Yeah, when I said good on this, I want to make sure that I'm not saying it's good that this would happen. I'm saying good it hasn't happened, I guess. Good they caught it. Wolves in Finance rocked it this morning. First time I saw the video, Rick Cutler, 6 feet from Charlie. That's your first time you've seen that video? That video has been floating around for 5.5 months. I've been sent that video at least 1,000. I'm not exaggerating. At least 1,000 times. I've been sent the video of. Have you seen the guy in the brown shirt? Have you seen the palm pistol guy? Yeah, I've seen him. Dude had a psychotic break. This is a red herring. I don't know if it's a red herring. It needs to be investigated. Everything needs to be investigated. Hey, listen, not everything we investigate is going to turn out to be relevant. The advantage the FBI has and the county prosecutors have and all this is they do their investigations behind a closed door. And so when they run down a lead and it doesn't turn out to be anything, so what? They just chalk it, mark it off, and move on to the next one. We're crowdsourcing this. This is decentralized investigation, meaning sometimes we're going to throw stuff up on a screen that doesn't pan out. Would you rather me not throw it up? Would you rather me gatekeep it because I didn't think I saw anything? I'm not sure that's the way it should be done. If it's interesting to me and I think, other people should look at this and weigh in, I'm going to put it up. That doesn't mean it's a red herring. Cargo ship gives me the same vibe as the Tennessee AES plant. Keep up the good work, Baron. Thank you. Oh, yes. Like and subscribe, Audrey Nana. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Where are we on likes tonight? We got a good number of likes. We could use more, of course. The likes help the algorithm. It helps the program. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Just click a button or tap your screen. I know Coach gets all bent out of shape when you say click a button. Coach, I still use a mouse. Like I use one of these things. I'm not fancy like you guys. I don't have touch screen stuff. We touch mouses around here. Or is it mice? Because I got a backup in case the other one dies. This one's fully charged. This one's in some state of, and it'll die, and I just click a button, and I'm off with the next one. And I got a backup keyboard, too. I don't want to be live on the show and be stuck. I'm like, well, guys, the show's over, but I can't end it. Mouse dead. Sorry. I'll just sit here all night while it charges. But no, Coach, sometimes we click. I click. I'm a clicker. I've been known to click. I don't just tap. I don't just press. I click. And it even has that little noise that takes place when I click. I'd like to see how he does his show without clicking, frankly. He's fancy, though. He might. But yeah, like and subscribe. Thank you. All that to say thank you, Audrey. Like and subscribe. Will David speak with you, Baron? Chat is asking. I haven't reached out to him. I don't know. I mean, I'm not upset with the guy. It might be nothing, but it looks weird. I'll be honest. It looks very weird to me. But again, it looks weird to me because I don't have the key cipher. I don't have the other tweets. I don't have the dates. I don't have all the, I'm just saying based on what Jesse said in his video and what little I've been able to compare before and after kind of tweets, it looks a little weird. I mean, I talked to him. I don't know that I want to track him down though. That's might be much. But yeah, I talked to him. How does this change CK? Missing the connection. If there is somebody sitting in the fourth row, dead center from Charlie Kirk, and if that person was involved in disseminating messages about transnational terror attacks, I think it's relevant to be considered. I think it changes the nature of the investigation. I think it takes Tyler Robinson and blasts a hole in that narrative. It raises the possibility that there's a complex network that was present. That guy wasn't there to hear Charlie. He didn't like Charlie Kirk. He didn't like Donald Trump. I mean, his first video was just complaining about conservatism. Go back and listen to it. When he got there, people were saying bad things about LGBTQIA community. You ever been to a conservative event, sir? That's kind of what happens. So I think it changes the nature of the investigation completely. If that tip pans out, if that's real, if that code can be confirmed and someone else looks at it and is able to crack it and say, yes, 100%, that's exactly what it says, and it's completely consistent, and we found these other messages embedded in there as well, and here's what they say, and we've been able to verify those as well, it changes the nature of the investigation. There was a complex organization standing 15 feet from Charlie Kirk. By contrast, if it doesn't pan out, we looked at it because it certainly passed the test for me to raise it up and take it to the crowd and let them crowdsource it. Does this relate to my Butler research? No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. So why would someone like David be publicly sending out codes? Of what organization would he belong to? Also, you've been botted in the chat tonight. Well, then I got a lot of new subscribers because the chat is supposed to only allow people who've been subscribers for 10 minutes or longer. Maybe I need to up it to 30 minutes. Let's see here. Have we gotten a bunch of new subscribers tonight? A few hundred. Can't be that many bots. That's why I put the subscriber requirement in there. If you're going to bot me, I'm at least going to get a subscriber count out of it. Why would he be sending it out publicly? Well, I don't know, but if this gets to the nature of the last question the guy asked me. If it is part of a group, somebody has to send out the message. Maybe he's the guy. I don't know. NYC has a citizen app that puts out blast notifications. We got a notification from NYPD was upgrading security due to bombing of Iran. Duly noted. Thank you. I don't live there, nor would I. Ian's recommend, but that's our number one market for the show, believe it or not. I had no idea we had so many people in New York. Probably Yankees fans, maybe. I'm still bitter about the 96 World Series, be honest with you. Ian's recommendation has gotten me here. Your amazing talent and expertise have kept me watching every show. Brave, amusing, relentless, observant, natural. I can think of some other words I'd throw in there. I could think of some other words I'd throw in there. 33,000 live watching. This high IQ outfit is moving up the east side. Well, thank you. Sent an email last night. I apologize if you covered this, but why would the FBI redact the sitrep for 910, including the color of the day? And why is it in the Einstein files? I don't know the answer to either one of those. I don't think it's related to Charlie Kirk, but I'm not saying it's not just because I haven't been convinced it is. Oh, let me say that. I've not been convinced it's related. I don't know why it was redacted. Maybe there was some other event that day. I don't know what the color of the day means. I don't know if that means wear a shirt or if it means like every other color of the day seemed to be on some sort of sliding scale of danger, perhaps like green, red, orange, yellow, which maroon wouldn't fit on that scale. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's related or not. Thank you for removing the supposed populist from your wall. We were all bamboozled. Well, he certainly blasted his populism out. Well, everything's officially a military psychological operation for controlling us and battling each other. Everything is for nothing, and the world's a stage. Thankfully, Christ is king. Yeah, you kind of summed it up nicely, didn't you? Have you seen Tucker Carlson's video on Thomas Crooks and his online history? I have. Assuming so, have you and Daisy tried to do a similar online history search for Tyler Robinson? Super sus. All we heard about is a few Discord chats. Yeah, there's a lot out there on his online history. Like we know, yeah, there's 8 or 10 different programs he was using. We've got his usernames. Like he used Crafton247 on several sites. So I don't think it's a black hole like you think. Candace Tucker, PVP. President, Vice President. Baron AG. That'd be fun. Ian FDA. That'd be a great one. Now put him over HHS. Make him over the whole healthcare system. James Lee, Secretary of State. I want Secretary of State, actually. I don't want to be AG. I want to be Secretary of State. Wolves Finance Treasury, Coach, Press Secretary. Can you imagine those press secretary meetings? Holy mackerel. Oh, my God. Every single press conference. The mic is dead. He walks up there and he taps on it. Nothing. Like, is this thing on? No, it's not on. Nothing. And all of a sudden he goes, and it's still not on. And someone's back there furiously messing with the control. And all of a sudden, you hear it. He goes, there it is. Whoop, whoop. Starts clapping. You guys, I can just picture it. Oh, gosh. Coach up there. Coach does the whole thing in a Seinfeld riff. What's with this war in Iran? Here's what the president said. He's, oh, man, it would be amazing. Coach would be the GOATest White House press secretary of all time. You know, he went on a rant the other day on one of his listeners. I was proud of him. I was so proud of him. Great show. This reminded me of the mystery drone sightings that were happening at the same time, late 2024, all over the East Coast in Southern California. I wonder if there's any connection. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. Baron video of James featured on September 12th, YouTube, the last person to debate Charlie Kirk, Channel 5, 504, as well as other actors, as well as Hunter MIC clip. Slip, 27-23. I've seen that video. Seeing that George Zinn was present at other major events, wouldn't it be key to find out who he is, who he works for, and any in-depth information on him? Yeah, see, so your mind works like mine, which is if there are other suspicious characters in the audience, why were they there? What do we know about them? Can we find out more? Please. We're waiting with bated breath. Candace did send out a tweet on X November 22nd about how the Macrons paid for her assassination. Interesting. Bayron, it was the USA dude video. Had a feeling. If you haven't already, I'd reach out to Ian. He has some guys may blow it open. Banger. Ian has guys that may blow it open? Because he's talked about it in the past or because you just think they're really talented? Either way, I don't mind shipping it over there. I believe we should exhaust all resources before using American lives like pawns on a chessboard. Christ is king. Yeah. Baron, I sent you a tip via email 224 that titled Lions and Scavengers. Please let me know if you received it. As I feel you'll find it very useful. I promise every email gets looked at. Every email gets looked at it. And I appreciate your contribution, but you don't have to ask. I'm probably not going to let you know if it's useful. That's the thing. I can't respond to every email either. So the fact that I haven't responded doesn't mean I didn't read it. It doesn't matter it hadn't been open. Doesn't mean it hadn't been open. Doesn't mean it hadn't been acted on. Sometimes we respond to emails and say thanks or whatever, but rarely. Only because if you say thanks 200 times, that means you got to compose an email, hit the button. Even if it just takes you 30 seconds, that's 100 minutes. You just lost 3.5 hours of your day just saying thanks to 100 people. I mean, to however many people, you know what I mean? 200 people, you say thanks, you've lost 3.5 hours. So I appreciate your guys' concern and your follow-ups on your emails, but I'm trying to save you $10. You don't have to ask. If you send an email, it was received. As long as you send it to Real Baron Podcast. If you send it to any of these other email addresses that accidentally flash up on screen, it's deleted and you're blocked. You'll never get me on those. Please don't email anything other than realbaronpodcast@gmail.com. It's in the show's description on YouTube. Like it's there. If you click show description, Real Baron Podcast is up there. Realbaronpodcast@gmail.com. So as long as you send it there, it's been read. If you send it anywhere else, it probably hadn't been read, actually. Not a question, just a comment. Hold on. Baron, are we sure the normal post by James indeed normal, or is that by design? Has JOF, as far as you know, tried to decrypt? I don't know what JOF means. TR's weird text to lover. Has Jesse on fire tried to decrypt Tyler's weird text to lover? Thank you for sharing wisdom abroad. That's a good question. But I don't think they're real. But yeah, maybe we run them through and see if there's any kind of code in there. That's a good one. Not a question, just a comment. Got home at 3:15 PST. I was excited to start watching you live. So excited, my boyfriend says I'm going to dress up as Baron for Halloween. All I need is an Adidas sweatshirt. Well, you're going to need more than that, sir. But you will need an Adidas sweatshirt. So thank you. Trump always capitalizes weird words. Anyone try to decipher if he has coded messages? Yeah, Trump is an interesting tweeter. He's an interesting is a word. I don't know if it's the best word. It's a word. There's no doubt it's a word. I've been heavy into politics since Alex before internet, and I've never seen the OK symbol except Sadistic Hollywood. Why does Candace Valhalla and you do that symbol a lot? Trump I just do it because it's just habit. It has nothing to do with the Illuminati. I can assure you I'm not in the Illuminati. They don't want me. I applied, got rejected. I'm just kidding. I didn't. It's just a comfortable thing to do. I don't know. Why not? What else do I do? If true, I'm confused why these codified messages would be broadcast on something so public as X. Is this not counter to the covert operation? Well, you got to put them somewhere where they can be seen quickly and deleted. They were only up a few days and then they were deleted. So, I mean, that seems like the perfect place to put them. I have come across some X accounts sometimes and I've wondered if they're coded things. They'll have like 5 million messages in 2 years. And you look at them, they're just random strings of characters and numbers and letters. And I'm like, is the FBI watching this? This looks crazy. I have a grandson with autism who can speak 7 languages before first grade, but is still very naive. You can be genuine, genius, and naive. Oh, I believe that. Baron, I work in emergency management. I've done emergency and disaster planning. Stitch Reps University Campus Event Planning. I want to start covering it, but need some info. I'm in your email. Thank you. First super chat. Love the show. Why did Trump pardon Tyler Boyd? Oh, about that. What? You need info from me? What do you need from me? I don't know about anything about any of that. First super chat. Love the show. Why did Trump pardon Tyler Boyer? I believe the crimes he was pardoned on were related to. And again, I'm not an expert on this, but I do believe I read the story about it. I believe it was related to the elector scheme where Arizona in the 2020 election had been declared to have voted for Biden. And they sent an alternate slate of electors to Washington, D.C. and submitted paperwork as if they were the real electors. And apparently that's a crime. And so he was charged and then Trump pardoned him, but only on the federal charges. I think he's still facing state charges, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. What I meant before, could it have been the same type of explosive? I don't know. Could it have come from AES? I don't know. Were all those ROTC guys in the crowd planting a false flag on 9/10? We have questions. I don't know. Were there ROTC guys in the crowd? See, I don't know that. You're ahead of me there. Cody, thank you. My ancestor, John Nicholas, arrived in Jamestown 1608 as part of the first supply to the first permanent English colony in America. Records from that early period also show men bearing the surname Flood, president in colonial Virginia. Candace's research has me guessing. Why? Because of Dan Flood? I doubt the conspiracy against Charlie Kirk goes back to 1608, but stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Well, I don't know, actually. That'd be pretty strange. Thank you for that generous contribution. You as well, Cottons. I think it says Cottons. Military vets put the OK symbol up below the waist. And if you look, you get hit in the man jewels. Been doing that for years. Keep up the good work. Christ is king. The old made you look routine. All birthday personal shout outs, put updates, and other completely off topic super chats should require a $50 donation going forward after this one. Focus, people. Yeah. I don't want to put a limit on it. Now, I can't get to all of them. Like there's no way I'll get to every chat tonight, but I'll get to as many as I possibly can. David James seems unhinged, but wouldn't that be the best type of person to choose? So when he did reveal something, the immediate public reaction would be, yeah, he's nuts, disregard him, go back. Yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought of that, but that's actually a perfect person to use. The crazy guy. People go, yeah, but he's nuts. November 22 was the date of the JFK assassination. Duly noted. Wondering how many people how many other David Spragues are out there? Also, is this part of the New York governor's plan to set up security for New York with Iran situation? I have no idea about the New York government security. Look at the women getting riled up about a married man's beard. Are they getting riled up in the chat? Are you guys calming down in the chat? Don't get riled up. I'm probably not going to shave it if you guys are saying I look old. I don't know what you're saying in there. I hope you're behaving. I did have a friend of mine. I'm not going to say who. Now you guys don't know who it is. There's a friend of mine who said, you could put a little just for men in there and it would darken it up. And I was like, why don't you just kick me in between the legs? Like, why would you say that? Kindly regarding Iran, U.S. is in a massive debt, and without the U.S. digital dollar being accepted globally, it won't work. Iran is a key component. Would you rather us be bankrupt than in a war with Iran? We're not bankrupt now, and we haven't been bankrupt lately, and we were not at war with Iran. So, is your question, should we go slaughter innocent people so that we can maintain a decent standard of living? The answer is no. I mean, if that's your question to me, if I may be so kind as to reframe it, my answer is no. I mean, I love digital dollar dominance. Don't get me wrong. Or dollar dominance. Well, it is digital currency because very few people actually use paper currency. It's all in digital numbers and banks. I love dollar dominance. But I don't want to slaughter people in order to maintain it. I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for out of life. Why would he post this on X instead of emailing the intended people privately? Because you can't delete those. That's a transaction that's there forever. Seems strange for this to be one-time cryptic tweet. Well, I think there were 3 or 4 of them. The deeper this rabbit hole goes, the more confusing it becomes. I'm not saying it's related, but it struck me as weird enough to bring to you to see if you guys agreed it was related. Did you happen to notice the first reading at Mass today? Hint, I did. I heard it. My wife actually, she's this kind of Catholic. She actually read it before we left. On our way there, she's like, it's Genesis 12:3 is the reading. So I had to give her my whole, he was talking to Abram. I gave her the whole sermon on the way to church. 7:40 in the morning. We're rolling out. She's talking Genesis 12 and she's getting an earful about Abram versus Abraham versus Abraham's descendants versus Isaac versus Ishmael. If it applied to all of them, then it applies to all of Isaac's and all of Ishmael's. If it applied to all of them, then it applies to all their descendants today. She got the whole thing. She got Galatians 3'd on the way to Mass. I was hitting her with it. You know what Galatians 3 says, don't you? Oh, man, you want to get me riled up? Hit me with Genesis 12 early in the morning. Baron, if I send you an email on my phone number, can you or Daisy please call me? Probably not. I have a tip that Daisy does what she does. They will never be able to deny their involvement on 910 ever again. Sounds like a perfect email. RealBaronPodcast@gmail.com. Put it all in one email. Someone will read it. They'll see it's a tip, and we'll get it. We'll act on it. But no, probably. I mean, Daisy's busy too. Like this show takes a lot of work. I don't have time to stop and call everybody who has a tip. Just email it. Do not shave the beard. You actually absolutely do not look old, and it's obviously working for Mrs. Coleman. You know what's funny about that is when I first grew it 15 years ago, she didn't like it. She fought me on it. Then after I'd had it about 5 or 8 years, I shaved it off, and she fought me on that. And she's like, "I love your beard. Grow it back." So it's back. Miss Coleman gets what she wants. If she wanted me to shave the beard, you would never see it again. But she seems to like it now. Even kind of rubs on the sides of it sometimes. I'm a fan. Ivan, May we have the URL of Jesse on Fire? Was this your planned show for today? Similar to Stuxnet or Exploding Devices events take time to evolve. CK was created by Philly. One does not turn your back on Philly. God is great. Because it's a private link, let me ask Jesse if he minds me posting it. I did ask him if he minded me playing it, and he said no. I didn't even think to ask if he minded me posting it, and I don't know if he would mind me posting it or not. But I'd already downloaded it out, in case something happened on YouTube and it went away. But I'll ask him. I don't know why he would care, but I'm assuming he'll talk about it. He said he planned to talk about it if I was going to do a show on it. To the gentleman that the ladies referred to as Bayron, thank you for your diligence, discernment, and delivery. May peace be with you. May peace be with you as well. You got a 1-year-old that watches? You're a legend. We absolutely love you. Our 1-year-old son officially shouts Baron and then dances to the countdown to the start of your show. Keep up the great work. That's funny. My oldest, she's now 19. When she was about 1 or 2, her favorite song was Scarlet Begonias by the Grateful Dead. We played that a lot in the car when she was there, and she loved it. And she called it Doot Doots. Like when she was just learning to speak, Doot Doots, Doot Doots. Because she was like, Doot, Doot, Doodle Doot, 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 Doot. So she called it the Doot Doots. That's the song she wanted to hear, the Doot Doots. Hi, Baron. Funny story regarding things people say to you in public. I have twin boys, and when they were babies, we would get asked constantly, how do you tell them apart? My hubby would answer, only because only one of them is circumcised. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All my military family and friends believe Charlie Kirk is alive and said it's a military op. Jesse says, same thoughts. Yeah, I'm not convinced he's alive, but I don't begrudge anyone looking into the possibility. I mean, if someone wants to try to figure that out, I'm fine with it. I think there's sufficient evidence he's dead, but I'm open to being convinced of any truth. If there's truth out there, I want to know the truth. Don't care where it leads. Don't care who's responsible. Don't care what it comes out to be. I have no dog in this fight except finding the truth. And if that's where the truth leads, I mean, I'll be pissed that we've wasted now 5 months of my life looking into his death every day to find out he didn't die. I'll be a little irritated. There's a lot of other things we could have been talking about, but whatever. Hey, I'll be here shocked with the rest of you. I was chastised for 7 children often, but more often I got sincere, God bless you. I am most blessed. Christ is king. Most of anyone? Yes, you're blessed. Wolves and Finance showed the trunk open and closed, used triangulation, spoke on lasers and glasses. They could see the lasers and landed on the palm pistol. I think he forgot his own message. No, I think his point was the rifle. Again, I didn't buy this part either. But his point is the rifle was shot into the trunk so that it would simulate a rifle, and then the palm pistol shot into the shot in the neck. The problem I have with that is, wouldn't the people around the palm pistol said, hey, there's a gun there, shot right here? Like, Rick Cutler was in a large group of people. A pistol is a racket. I mean, it makes a tremendous bang. It's right there. I would know if someone shot a gun 2 feet from me, or 5 feet, or 10 feet. It's literally right there. Not like it's a palm pistol with a silencer on it. There's no such animal. And you'd have seen it coming, 12 inches of silencer coming out. And even then, you're going to hear the supersonic crack, unless it's a subsonic round. I mean, you're creating an animal that doesn't exist. I don't buy the palm pistol. Never bought it. Maybe Cutler was citing how much time the sound guys needed to get things right. Maybe. Oh, please. I never said bladder cancer, only that you don't want to catch yourself. Oh, are you the Justin Smith? Are you the urologist? I never thought I was going to be talking on this program this much about all that down there. Never thought that would come up. I thought I could do this show for years and no one would ever bring that up, but here we are. There's something clearly between Rick's ring and middle finger. There is a gap. I've mentioned that on this program. There's clearly something there. And there's a picture where you can see, it looks like a pin top or something. Something there. Wolves made the point he had special glasses to help him aim possible. You still got to do the aiming. I don't care what kind of special glasses you have. You still have to have the hand-eye coordination to lift your hand. And immediately, bang. I mean, you guys see these gangsters in the inner city. They pull up and start to shoot real fast, and they're shooting like a 9-year-old down the street. That's not how you do it. No one shoots that fast. No, it doesn't work. Bang. I mean, you aim the gun. I will not entertain the palm pistol. I'll entertain I'll entertain that he's alive. I will not entertain the palm pistol. No one around him heard a palm pistol. You can't aim a palm pistol that fast. There's no palm pistol in his hand. His hand looks like it's cupped like this. Where's the palm pistol going to go? Look, there's no room for a palm pistol there. I don't know. And I think I'm not saying he's intentionally misdirecting, but to me, the palm pistol's always been a misdirection. You guys see what I've done here? I've got 5 of these little sour littles. They're kind of like Sour Patch Kids, but they're healthy. Or not healthy, but they don't have corn syrup. They've got real sweeteners in them. I've got 5 of them here, and I've been dying to eat them. My mouth keeps watering every time I look down. I pulled them out of the bag, and I thought I could sneak them in while I was watching a video, and then I forgot. I don't know why. Someone said they can't gift memberships. I don't know why. I get that's one of the ways I give when I give to other channels. I gift memberships because the people might like the membership. They get a little extra content and they might stick around, and they'll help the creator in the future if they stick around. Memberships are a huge part of what allow us to do this. Put a picture of Joe in that middle section. Maybe it will make coconut smaller. What's coconut? Maybe it will make coconut smaller. I don't know what that means. Baron, Clear Lake Kima is my stomping grounds. Oh, I've been in your stomping grounds. H-Town Love, appreciate you so much. Love to the Coleman family and, of course, Daisy. I'm only funny when serious, but one day hope to make you laugh. You're only funny when you're serious? Hey, you know what's funny about that? I'm going to look up where my cousin lives while we're talking, because Clear Lake sounds familiar too. When I was little, my mom would get mad at me and say, I'm serious. Like, right? I wouldn't do what she's asking. She'd say, you better do it. I'm serious. And to me, I equated serious being upset. Yeah, he was in Kima and then League City, if you know where that is. Other way around, League City and then Kima. And so I would get upset. I'd say, you're making me serious. So that you're funny. You didn't even know you were funny, and you're funny. Thank you, Sierra. Absolutely. I agree with you about the photo. As soon as I saw it, I too thought that they were imitating Trump. Trump does that instead of pointing. He's also aware of steepling his hands associated with Masons. I don't know what steeply. I think a lot of hand signs people just do. Like if I do this a lot, if you tell me this is some sort of satanic hand gesture, I can't stop it. This is like classic Baron here. If I'm making a point, I'm doing this. And people that make fun of me and imitate me, they do this when I'm Baron, I'm making a point, and I can't help it. So you should put up a picture of Davy Crockett, a Tennessee congressman who rode to San Antonio with volunteers. Davy is a Christian martyr. There are 1,000 schools, roads, etc., named after the Tennessee congressman here in Texas. What's funny you mentioned that. I have a book on Davy Crockett on this bookshelf. So I think it's called Crockett. I was going to recommend it to you because it's really good. It's a little dry for the first half. But if you stick with it, it pays off. I don't know where it is. It's up there somewhere. The first half's a little dry, but if you stick with it, it's a really good book. I agree. No palm gun, but definitely involved in on what he was getting a range. Why wouldn't Sprague be considered a vet? I don't know. Protect Baron's urinary tract. I mean, I agree. This is a valid goal. I'm just curious if it's appropriate to be discussing publicly. Big fan watching from Kuala Lumpur. Notice the rosary before the missing photo. Jesus Christ is King. Yeah, a listener handmade that. It's beautiful. Very heavy. It's got multiple handmade metals on it. Each of the stones is individually hand ground, hand formed. And then it's got these little like gold wire braids in between. I can't be more thankful for something. And so, yeah, I put it up there on the wall. You don't get a really good image of it from here. It's beautiful. Hang on, I'll show it to you. Hang on. Look at this thing. Thing's massive. Look at how big this thing is. Listen. I mean, it's huge, but it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. And I was very thankful for it. Very, very thankful. So I figured I would hang it up in the background back there so you guys could take a look at it. Let's see. Oh my gosh, we're yelling. What are we yelling about? Baron, can I suggest all podcasters actually investigating CK, put all your info together and start it from the beginning, make a complete timeline with all the info from everyone? You can suggest it, but I can't force them to do it. Can you look into who was following? Oh, you know who might be able to do that? A combination of whokilledck.com and Ian Carroll's The Web. If they could put those two programs together on this, because I think whokilledck.com has most of our transcripts. All of the people investigating this has all the transcripts into one spot. And then you add the Web's component that they've built, it would be able to real-time analyze those. That'd be a cool product. If you're watching, either one of you, can you look into who was following him at that point? Can you look into who was following him at that point? We've started that process. Kindly, I am not pro-Israel, but I never saw people attacking Ukraine war, why we slowly go bankrupt, and I didn't get this war so bad in Iran. Media attacks it, but why lose your mind over this? You obviously didn't follow me back in the day. I attacked the Ukraine war early and often. Early and often. Yeah, I was not a fan at all. Still not, frankly. Coach told us this week that you fought in World War I. Thoughts? That was actually World War II. It was actually World War II. Coach is getting his world wars wrong. Yeah, I'm one of the last surviving World War II. No, I can't say that. I would never steal valor, even in jest. I did not fight in any war, but I am certainly old enough to have fought in all of them. Actually, though, my grandfather was in World War II. So that's that age, man. What year was he born? He would be over 100 now. So those people are old. Damn, Coach. What are you doing to me over here? Hello, Baron. I think Trump is terrified about Philly. Very confused, used, and I understand your frustration and fear. It's intense. The frustration and fear are both intense. Was the signal from Dan Flood meant for Rick Cutler? It's basically the same straight arm touching the upper arm action. Dan moves and instantly Rick copies the motion. Thoughts? Thanks, Baron. There's actually someone else in the crowd who follows them as well. I don't have time to pull it up today. I'd have to edit out the Charlie Kirk part to see it all. You can see it all at once. There's someone in the crowd who starts to move their hands and he waits and he times his movement up with Dan Flood. That guy also probably needs to be looked at. Use the 3D Jesus picture generated from the Shroud of Turin. I didn't know there was a 3D generated picture. Haven't seen the Wolves in Finance video, nor hand signal countdown reference yet. As you described, it occurred to me that the 543 equals 1, 2. Now, 5 plus 4 plus 3 does equal 12. I wonder if it had anything to do with it being noon, being the start, Hunter getting, I don't know. Maybe. I'm so neck deep into codes trying to prepare for this show today. You should do a post. You should post a Podcaster of the Month photo behind you for a super chat. Love you. Thank you for all you do for humanity. We all appreciate you. Energy Architect. A Podcaster of the Month photo. Smashed in between Andy and Teddy. Maybe they don't like that. Yeah, maybe. Baron, this is classic Q-level distraction fed to us via Jesse, the guy who is pumping out Charlie is alive videos. Loudest guy at the coordinated plot becomes lead terrorist versus loudest podcaster. I don't think it's coordinated slot via Jesse, and I'm not sure Jesse's alternative theory that Charlie Kirk might be alive is coordinated slop either. I just think he's generally interested in seeing if that's a possibility. I've told you my theory on this before. I'll tell you it again. And I need to keep moving because we're way behind. But I do think that what Jesse is explaining to me is it's actually more believable that Charlie Kirk is alive than it is Tyler Robinson did this alone. And I don't believe he's alive at all. And so it's more believable to me that he's alive than Tyler Robinson did it. That's how ridiculous the Tyler Robinson story is to me. I'm a longshoreman in LALB port. Confirmed the container was filled vapes. Fires from lithium batteries cannot be put out. They have to burn out. It takes months. This was not an attack. Duly noted. Thank you. Pit mom. Are you sure you're not a longshore woman? I don't even know if they have that. I don't know what they call it. But thank you for checking in and giving us your take on that. Donald J. Trump redacted. Donald J. Trump has been redacted. Thank you, old razzle dazzle. Hey, Baron, it seems plausible that the palm gun, visible as an outline in the back of his pants, was a backup in case the primary neck wound plan failed. PG. Palm gun could be used in close proximity when he jumped in to assist Flood after CK went down. I'm old enough to remember when every man had a circle in their back pocket from a can of snuff. I was a Copenhagen man. I was a Skull Straight man. Every pair of jeans I had a permanent circle in them. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Another reason why I give you hundreds of money every month are always classy. I'm doing my best. Roll that beautiful bean footage. I'm trying to keep the class up. Back to basics. Minivan and Wolves vid. Always wondered what it was for. Sound projection, receiving device, and line effect shot. Maybe Charlie fooled us. All was in on it. Operative from day one. Played us. Yeah, maybe it's also possible they just lifted it up to get something out of the back of it. Like that happens in minivans a lot. I have one. My minivan door in my driveway or garage, wherever it is at any given point, is up and down 37 times a day. The kids keep their backpacks back there, the baseball equipment. So it might be nothing. Yo B, the Gov has devices beyond our common knowledge. Palm gun. But we have common knowledge of the palm gun. Thank you for all you do. No old man jokes today. What streaming studio are you using? OBS, StreamYard, Streetlabs. I'm using StreamYard. Always have. It's so convenient. OBS is a nightmare, in my opinion. I know OBS sounds better, I think, than StreamYard, but StreamYard's so easy. And Trump's ex-post of 9/10/2025 seems odd, pre-written, and flat on emotion. But have you seen the ballroom? It's going to be beautiful. Baron, this is the real 67 years. I'm curious, how is your eschatology appetite? Do you think we're seeing biblical prophecy meet today's geopolitical and technological realities? Lord Jesus is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. I don't think the book of Revelation is describing things we're going to see on Earth here in the future. So that's my eschatology. I think people that try to force geopolitical events into revelation, sometimes it does more harm than good. Baron, does this give you more insight or to reinforce what you discovered about Butler? No. And you are doing great work and have become one of my favorite one of my favorites. Not just podcast, favorite everything. It's been fun watching your show grow. Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually have a Reagan photo I could put up there. It's actually Reagan and Pope John Paul II. Marksman here. As for the brown shirt, palm bang, that would be an easy target for any military man. No, it would not. Stop it. I will refuse to believe that. Marksman and even state troopers, I've seen it with my own eyes many times. You've seen your own eyes many times. People shoot a palm gun on less than a half a second steady. No, you haven't. Not from that distance, not under that pressure, not with that many people standing around downrange. You have not. You've not. I appreciate your confidence, but I absolutely do not believe that. Nate said FBI found gun and dogs because it had not been fired. God bless Christ is King. That's my thought. I assume Bob Knight is under consideration for the wall. Maybe. Maybe. That's funny. Thank you for that opening statement. I've been struggling with the conflicting information from the different directions. Opener put it into perspective. Oh, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. I'm sad that picture's gone. I hope it earns its way back up there. And there's justice for Charlie. I still believe Christ is King. I mean, I think Trump could give us justice for Charlie. He could also give us the rest of the Einstein files. He could finally release the JFK files. He could finally release the rest of the 9/11 files. I mean, there's a lot the man could do that he said he was going to do that he hadn't done. Show us the aliens, Don T. Where are the aliens at, big man? You ran on aliens and JFK. I haven't seen either. Still catching up. I'm going to share Jesse's brief attached to the YouTube video. How can we get the information? I'm watching on phone and TV. Come Lord Jesus. I don't have the whole brief. I just have a few notes here and there. Again, it was not intended to be disseminated to the public when it was created. But I think as time gone by, and he agreed, it's time for the public to see it and take a look at it. And so, and again, I think his point was, if you have it, who else has it? And might as well, he's like, I trust you'll do a good job with it. I don't know who else has it, and I don't know what they'll do with it. So go for it. I'm assuming he'll do a follow-up. I can't imagine him not doing a follow-up at this point. What is happening with Iran is so much bigger than fighting on behalf of Israel. With denial of Venezuela oil to China, this gives U.S. ability to control access to energy for the U.S.'s #1 adversary. Yeah, and I'm not one that thinks that's a causus belli. You know, that doesn't fit my just war theory. Going to war to control oil markets is kind of diabolical, if we're being honest. I mean, you know how many people they've already killed? How many people are you willing to murder to deny China energy? I mean, it's a legitimate question. When you put it that way, it becomes a real problem for people to defend. I'm willing to kill X number of men, women, and children in a foreign country in order to deny China discounted oil. What's your number? Is it 100? Is it 1,000? Is it 10,000? 100,000? 1,000,000? What's the number? I'm not willing to murder anybody to affect the price of oil in China. In fact, when I was a kid, a common expression was, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? That was a common expression, meaning what you say is totally irrelevant to the world. What does that have to do with the price of oil in China? I am unwilling to murder or have my government kill people on behalf of me as an American citizen in order to affect the energy prices on the other side of the world. That's not worth death to me. It's not. You might disagree, and I'm not telling you have to change your mind and come to my position. I'm just explaining my position. Your show's already a bellwether. Thank you. I'm totally disillusioned with the two parties. How can we vet candidates to be more like Massey, i.e. honest? Time for a third party. Third party is never going to work. I don't know. What you do is you systematically over the course of 8, 10, 12, 15, 16, 20, 25, 30 years, stop voting for anyone who does this. Stop. Just stop voting for them. Well, Baron, a Democrat will get elected. Maybe those Republicans will shape up. Maybe they'll say, oh, when we do this, our party gets decimated at the polls. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we shouldn't kill people in a foreign country in order to alter the energy prices on the other side of the world. Not sure if it's been mentioned already, but the Jesse on Fire story sounds like the plot to the movie Sum of All Fears. It has been mentioned. It has been mentioned. The fourth super chat was encoded message, 29 September, Pyramid of Giza, it read. What? Blood Moon Tuesday. Book of Enoch thoughts. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. I've actually read the Book of Enoch, or 2 or 3 books, whatever it is. I spent a week one time and just decided to plow through it on my free time. It's weird. A lot of it just provides a little more context, perhaps, to some things that are already in the Bible, particularly the early part of Genesis. And then some of it's bananas. But no more bananas than aliens landing in Ezekiel, which seems like what's happening. Your spidey senses tell you Daisy is my sister. You need to go get a tune-up because that is not accurate. That is not accurate. Could you please do an episode summarizing all the indiscrepancies and weird coincidences surrounding CK offing? Hubby and others around me believe official narrative. If I could show them one video summarizing it all up, it would help. I might be able to do that. I didn't appreciate Zach saying that you believe the electrocution theory without any context. I didn't want to say that, but yeah, I agree. I've never said that. What I've said is it bears investigation, and it's part of a multi-tiered effort to make sure he did not walk out of there alive. I absolutely did not say, I believe the electrocution theory, and I believe that's what killed him, and nothing else happened. I've never said that. But I wasn't going to be petty. You know, I believe Zach might have just been mistaken, so I was willing to let it go. I'm not one of those people that cares all that much about stuff like that. It's very disingenuous. It's the first time he's done this to you. Oh, it isn't the first time he's done it with me. His Fort Haktua video used outdated content to define your position. Disinfo agent, in my opinion. Yeah, he did that as well, actually, now that you mentioned it. Oh, back to B-Dog. Spent the weekend with Gold Star and fallen first responder family, especially catastrophically injured veterans, praying for our military. God bless. Yeah, we do need to pray for the military. I agree. B-Dog. Akna 2018. I'm Iraqi American and my heart is extremely heavy. I feel like the only way we can have our voices heard is through economic means. We need to boycott large corporations. When Wall Street feels the impact, the politicians will have to listen. I've never been a big boycott person because they don't work. And to me, if you boycott something and it doesn't work, it just emboldens the subject of the boycott. In other words, oh, that's all you got? Okay, so no one really cares. I'll just triple down on whatever it is I was doing that was irritating you. So that's why I don't like the boycott. I'm sorry your heart is heavy. I'm sure it is. The last 35 years or so, actually last 40 plus years, the U.S. has heavily intervened in your country. Through the Iran-Iraq war, and then the first Gulf War, and then the war in Iraq. Been a tough road over there for the locals. Thank you for that generous contribution, by the way. EK joined CK on his podcast. Topic was husband's role. I remember CK saying, paraphrasing, look, men, you're just going to have to find a way to make more money. Those words are no longer in the video. Anyone original video, God bless you and fame. No, I've not seen that. I did not know they're actually editing out old clips. That's interesting. If it's true. If you'd like, I'll send that code to my brother who worked in the Navy in cryptography based in Adak, Alaska, decoding Russian codes. I mean, you're welcome to. It's on the screen. I put the tweets up for you to look at them. Take a screen cap and send them to him. See if he sees anything. That'd be cool. Yeah, now it's on the desk. I'm gonna maybe take it off. It's cool though. Good addition. Promethean Action's primary purpose is to promote an economic and political agenda that emphasizes American sovereignty, industrial development, and the rejection of global influence. Christ is king. Christ is king indeed. Thank you. I have a feeling Jesse will provide something like that. I don't have the full information. I've just got what I saw in the video and what I've been able to get out of his tweet archives. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. However, I feel sick, dirty, and used. I'm sorry for the loss of life caused by the contribution of my tax dollars. Christ is king, and forgive us our trespasses. Christ is king indeed. Just have no fear. Most of that money being spent is borrowed. Your tax dollars is almost negligible. If they didn't have it, it would be no different. We are awake the last 5 months. I've been woken up, returned to faith, and honestly don't know if I know what that means right now. What I do know is God is real and evil don't win this. That's true. That's true. Clinton only picked up the sax because he had to stop playing his harmonica. Okay. Don't forget the horrific evil inflicted by the Iranian Islamic regime. Potentially freeing this world of this terror can be nothing but good. Time will tell. Time will tell. But again, that is a subjective determination. Not saying I disagree with it wholeheartedly, but that they think the same thing about us and our involvement in other countries. That's the problem. When you go down this road, Joey, it backfires. Because the U.S. has left a trail of absolute utter devastation across much of the world over the last 75 years. And so people accurately, probably, I think, characterize the U.S.'s role in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Afghanistan as potentially evil in many respects. Libya. So if that's your position, don't be surprised when that backfires on you. That's where it backfires you. Be careful. Trump to Iranians, now you have a president who's giving you what you want. I made a promise to you. Now I've kept it. Question, when do Americans get a president who give us what we want and voted for? Yeah, it's a good question. He made us promises too. He broke them. Great open. When did Jesse submit to the FBI? Thanks for everything you do. It sounded like it was a couple of days after the video in late October. I have bipolar 1 disorder and have been in psychosis. And to me, it did sound similar. I also have had Trump Jr. godson in the back of my vehicle. I hope those aren't related. That was a joke. Could it have been that our Cutler had instead some type of device to trigger an electrical event? Possible. That makes more sense than palm gun. Yes, there were a lot of hand signals happening. Maybe they used a different type of countdown, less obvious than 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, yeah. I also don't think they thought everything was going to be so heavily scrutinized. They might have been just way out in the open. But yeah, I mean, that makes, I don't know what Cutler was doing with his sleeve, but it makes more sense that he's triggering some sort of device than it is that he's shooting him with a palm pistol. That's nonsensical. I think Wolves in Finance missed the target today on several points. Yeah. But I think he had some good stuff in there too. It wasn't all missed. Edge, when time allows, watch Conspiracy Theory. Guy was involved in military mind control, had a handler, but went rogue. It's good. Sounds similar. People thought he was nuts. Nope. I've never seen it. I don't even know who's in it. Someone said Mel Gibson, maybe? Wow. Thank you, TJ. Tucker Carlson interview with Catherine Austin Fitz Friday was outstanding context for current global affairs. I agree. I listened to it from a financial perspective. Both Iran and Venezuela have been outside the central banking system. It's all about propping up control system of central banks. Rothschilds. I did see that, or I saw much of it. I didn't see the whole thing, but I saw 80+% of it. And I tend to agree. It's good context. And thank you for that very generous contribution. I will run it through the central banking system. Always thought leftist voters were useful idiots for Marxist agenda. After this year of nothingness, I now realize we're all useful idiots for the uniparty agenda. Our votes mean nothing. I think it's more accurate. I think that's more accurate. Random thought. I enjoyed the ballet today in Houston. Sylvia. It was beautiful. Great escape for peace, upbeat music, artful, strong dancers. Made the performance. Y'all could try it. I don't know if I'm going to go to Houston for a ballet. I don't know that I've ever been to a professional ballet. I've been to like my sister's dance recitals when I was 5. I don't remember them. I remember them being long, taking forever. I don't think I've ever been to a professional ballet. Bubba Baron, I downloaded all the vids a few months ago. Which one did you need again? Also, thanks whoever gifted membership. Love your work. Christ is King. What video did I say I needed? I don't know which one I said I needed. 1920, Harding elected after Wilson sent boys to be slaughtered. 52, Ike to end Korea. 60, JFK talking about detente. 68, Nixon to end Vietnam. 2008, Barry Soetoro promised to end 2 wars. 1624, the DT, the peace candidate. We always vote for peace. They rarely oblige. I think even George W. Bush ran on No More Nation Building, didn't he? In 2000? I can't think of a candidate who's run on war, but they all seem to love it when they get in. I'm at my mom's place having dinner, hanging out, and she just heard you say, I don't call my mom that often. And she just gave me the death stare. Save me and you save yourself. Now, Baron. I stopped by her house the other day. Does that help? It looks close. To be fair, I don't call anyone on the phone very often. Not just her. Not just her. I don't love the phone. I'll make calls occasionally. But it's hard to like I don't want to call someone, wait 5 minutes, be like, okay, now I got to go. It's hard to like break out 30 minutes or an hour to spend on the phone with somebody. Oh. What's going on with the shipping? YouTuber Sal covered that port fire. Compelled to give you the thesaurus money. Christ is King. Keep up the good work, all. Duly noted. Duly noted. Share your sentiment. Today was a sad and disappointing day. Yes, extremely sad, disappointing day. Agreed. And yesterday. Felt DJT let Real expose themselves all year. They started war in Iran, then cleaning up Tel Aviv now. Has U.S. taken any action? Did DJT let Bibi start war so the Arab states could finish him? Just trying to see from a different angle. I don't know. I don't think so. It would be very embarrassing if a U.S. was on side of somebody who lost a war. Oh, that's what it was. Bill Gates' father worked with Margaret Sanger opening Planned Parenthood. I knew there was a key there. Planned Parenthood replaced Race Betterment Foundation. MS visited the Gates house. Margaret Sanger visited the Gates. I knew there was some kind of connection to some liberal cause. My 2-year-old heard you quote Alex Jones and felt compelled to give a shout out. Gay bomb. Sorry about that, 2-year-old. Courtney, I apologize. Does your thing say FBI? It does. Guys, we've been infiltrated. We've been, well, at least we're corrupting the FBI's children. Is that really what that means? Or is that like that old female body inspector shirt that people wore in the 80s? I'm a little worried, honestly, Courtney, but thank you for checking in and wearing your label out proud. I don't know what to say now. Why aren't y'all following up on Jesse's video? Why do I have to do it? He gave you this 4 months ago. I shouldn't be having to tell it. Pretty sure the actor Isaac Cappy said he was hearing voices after he exposed Hollywood, maybe military, specifically Tom Hanks. Isaac later unalived himself by jumping off an overpass. Allegedly jumped. James, thank you. Wow. Baron, have you ever watched Tucker Carlson's interview of Catherine Pitts? It offers a compelling potential motive for the Iran war. I have. Well, like I said, most of it. I've got about maybe 20 minutes left of it, and I need to finish it. Unless something massive changes at the end, it's been very good. And I recommend it. Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you. Very, very generous and kind. On the right is term for night vision goggles when he was Army Airborne. He said it was a setup. Simple. He knew it was a military psyop, not related to BLEVE, likely MIL2. That was warning, and I know FBI. Cash bought off. Oh, that's what "on the night" means? Is that a military phrase? See, I wasn't in the military. I don't know. And I've never had night vision goggles. Was Dave there to warn Charlie not too quickly supporting Israel? I don't know what he was there to warn him about. That'd be a good thing. What were you warning him about? That'd be a good question. So I don't know the answer to that. Baron, please take care of yourself. You seem drained. We care for you and appreciate all your hard work. I'll be honest, my heart is very heavy. I hate war. Hate it. And I've had trouble sleeping the last couple nights because of it. Waking up in the middle of the night. Like, I have great admiration for people who join the military because they want to protect this country. Like, I think that's so noble. I'm willing to put my life on the line so that nothing happens to you. That's very noble. And then to get thrown into the meat grinder and sent overseas to die in somebody else's battle that doesn't concern. Like, I am not threatened by Iran. They don't threaten me. They have nothing that can reach over here. They can't get over here. They're no harm to me. And I just, it breaks my heart. Plus, I'm telling you, I was so bothered by the images of that elementary school. A 7-year-old little girl. Send her off to school. It's over. And that just devastates me. Like, I can't sleep well after seeing that. So I am drained. I am drained. I don't think I'm getting sick. Whatever I had settling in my chest seems to be gone. Baltimore port was closed March through June 24 after bridge collapse from ship collision. Not sure how that lines up, but it was a big deal here. This would have been after all that. It would have been after all that. I'm trying to find things that aren't kind of duplicative of what we talked about already. Oh, my first thought when David's videos played gave me David Koresh and Waco, Texas vibes. That's a crazy story. I'd love to talk about that one. I remember that. I was like in maybe middle school when that happened. I was fascinated with that. And then I watched all the documentaries afterwards. That's crazy. I wondered if a certain country threatened to use nukes if we didn't do their bidding. Samson Option. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. CK might have been involved in faking his death with TPUSA, a la leaving the Illuminati, but someone maybe Lori Corleone France Bay ordered a real hit, but how to reconcile Trump-Vance complicity? I don't know. I can't follow all that. I saw TPUSA and Illuminati on the top line and had to pull it up. Asthma here. Peppermint hot tea helps acid reflux treatment. Oh, acid reflux treatment. Learn once. Mucus drainage triggers acid. Not the kind that burns, but just irritates the airway. Life-changing for my kids. Are you a woman? Because I heard peppermint tea makes men kind of womanly. I think David is a plant. Look over here, Wild Goose Chase. Well, that's part of the theory, is that he would have been planted there to cause a distraction, just like George Zinn was planted there to cause a distraction. How many people got away because they were fighting George Zinn and trying to arrest him and carry him off? Hubby is a retired infantry officer with a security clearance. I feel the same as you do about the war. Hubby says he can't tell us why, but we were wrong, and he agrees with Trump on this one. I don't think he has any information we don't have. Has Fancy Pants McCoy all but disappeared? Yes. Well, he was on a podcast the other day, sounding very happy. Trying to figure out what caused the burn on his stomach on the right. Looks like that is where chipboard from the wireless mic sits after hitting neck. Now this would be too. That would be this. This is too big for that. I'm gonna get to that one day. I promise. The time has to be right, but I'm gonna get to that. Seems like the OK hand is the conservative version of liberal bird hands. Better than what New Scum does. Love your dedication to the truth. You talking about these when they start doing this? And they clap every other word. I say with concern, you seem evilly perturbed with supers. Some people are new to CK investigation, haven't seen 1 ounce of the info you have. Maybe you're getting burned out, need a break. I'm not burned out at all. I'm not perturbed. I mean, I'm in a darker mood tonight because of the war, obviously. I'm not burned out. I just, like, I'm going to read the emails, you know, I'm going to read the emails. That's it. It's really only the email comments more than anything. I'm going to read the emails. Like, the emails get read. The emails get read, and that's it. Like, I don't think people understand the volume of emails we receive when they say, have you got my email? You didn't respond to my email. You know, call me. Can't. Like, I just physically can't. You want to see burned out? Let me try to do all that. I will never be able to keep up. So I'm not perturbed at all. Like, my mood's a little dark. I'll give you that. I don't like death. I mean, I'm old school. Like, I don't like death. I don't like people being blown to smithereens. I don't like people celebrating people being blown to smithereens. I'm not a death penalty guy. I'm not a murder guy. I'm not a car wreck guy. I'm not a cancer guy, and I'm not a war guy. They all kind of have the same problem. People die. People get blown up. Innocent people get harmed. And I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. I did get the chance to defriend about, I don't know, 250 Facebook friends who were all cheering dead people. So I just click. I was able to do that. That kind of made me feel good. I didn't say anything, never commented on it, didn't make a post about it, just quietly unfriended people. Wait till the beard goes down to your chest. I'm halfway there at 35. Most hate it. Some love it. Either way, I don't care. I don't like, on me anyway. I think it looks cool on some people, but not on me. I don't want a long beard. If brown shirt guy had infrared glasses with 0 to IR laser for the palm pistol, technology is pretty advanced in the government. Let's assume this is the palm pistol. This is the barrel of the palm pistol. And I pull it up. Bang. Bang. How many times do you think I'm going to hit my target? Bang. Bang. I mean, it's just, I'm not buying the palm pistol. You're going to have to bring me more than he's got a circle in his pocket, because so does everybody with Copenhagen addiction. And that's that. Thank you. Maybe it was Charlie was shot by a laser. Now that I've actually thought about. Some sort of an advanced energy weapon that just zapped him real fast. I'll go with that all day over palm pistol. Like all day and twice on Sunday. I'll be the very first person, if it turns out that they arrest Rick Cutler for having a palm pistol, I will take to the airwaves the very next day and I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, I've never been more wrong in my life. I can't offer a bigger apology. I am so sorry. It was a palm pistol the whole time. I owe so many people apologies. I'll go back through old shows and find out every person I commented on where I brought up the palm pistol. Surprised at all the Wolves in Finance video praise today. I thought this was a higher IQ outfit. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think his idea that there could be a military component was worth considering. But a lot of the support for that perhaps is a little shaky in my opinion. This is interesting. Aren't all of them? Houston's a big city and it's not beautiful. The inner city's a little ridden with crime. Name the inner city that still looks good. This isn't 1940. Most every inner city's just gone, in my opinion. Have a good night, Cristo S. Rey. Crisis King indeed. I picked up on the rifle sounded like a 22 part of his rant. Also maybe a deciphered message to warn Charlie about. You mean before a deciphered message from in advance, perhaps, but I mean, Charlie would have to know it existed to be warned about it. I did pick up on the 22. It's very consistent with almost everything everybody else says who was there, which is it sounded like a firecracker, sound like a low caliber rifle or a pistol, perhaps a palm pistol. Yes. Well, that's kind of you. Thank you. Keep reading. You gave up the Trump photo because of Iran. I do not blame you one single bit. Yeah, that was just a bridge I can't travel. Can't go down that road. I'm sorry. Jesse ciphers connect the Big Bang, Austin shooting, physical diversions, Port of LA fire used to mass digital data dumps. Is Austin the new kinetic trigger for a larger plan? A hard reset attempt to prove U.S. is ungovernable? I don't know about all the rest of that. I really don't know about the rest of that. Ian said web is available for other data sets. Okay, well, that's good. But I don't know how to put them in there is the problem. Do you just connect it? Do you just like point it to a website and say everything on this website use? Because if so, that's very convenient. I'll ask him about it. No, I don't. I don't know how to identify a false prophet. I think the Bible tells you, though, don't they? Let's look. How does the Bible say you identify a false prophet? By their fruit. False teachings that contradict scripture and predictions that do not come to pass. According to Genesis. I don't know if Genesis is right. Yes, I agree with this 100%. Thank you. This is a great comment. Until electronic voting machines are removed from elections, there will be no integrity. Source code can be pre-programmed to rig outcome, and U.S. portals allow data transmission and hacking. They're all hackable. Every one of them's hackable. With you on the photo, I had a framed photo of him up until Epstein's slop in July. He's sadly facing down in a drawer now, hoping to bring it back out to display if he cleans up his act. I'll have to buy a new one. I'll have to buy a new one. I don't know if I can recover that one. A vote put Daisy's photo in place of DJT. Yeah, but she just has a dog. The dog photo. Bayron, for the rest of my life, I'm going to steal your words. Befuddled by daffodils. Christ is king. Well, yeah. Isn't it true that some video productions count down to action is verbal 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 are silent? Yeah, but those are 2 seconds away, so it's easy to keep track of the count in your head. And you see a visual cue usually. Not 2 minutes of silence and then just everything happens all of a sudden. It's a little much. My heart is heavy. I'm disappointed, aggravated, and feel like a dumb crooked letter. Looking at the items, my college student has proudly pinned to a board on her wall. The I voted sticker made her tear up. So many kids proud of casting their first vote, and they got this in return. Oh, man, just common sense. You just brought me down again. I was just starting to recover. Yeah, betrayal maybe is what we're feeling. Betrayal, like we maybe that's what we feel. Thank you for that contribution and this one. Oh, and Huckabee still sucks. Trump has now joined him. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He does suck. Knock, knock. Who's there? Baron, who? Baron, did you get my email? I did. Now that I've got my sister manhandling the email first cut, the email stays pretty up to date. And so they're all getting read and they're all getting discussed when they need to be discussed. And I can't have her just spending 3, 4, 5 hours a day responding to emails either. It already takes, it is a several hour a day job to make sure we read all the emails, and we've committed to doing it. And we do it. And so I don't want you to feel like I'm making light of your emails or being dismissive or saying I don't want them. It's not that. It's just, meet me halfway. Understand that when you hit the send button and it goes to realbaronpodcast@gmail.com, that there's a commitment on our side. We're going to get to it. There's no commitment we'll respond, but there's a commitment we'll see it. And if you meet me there, then we're in a good place on the emails. And I'll tell you, there are several I follow up on. Not every day necessarily, but there are a lot of them I followed up on. Hey, what did you mean by that? Or very rarely do I say, send me more information, but a lot of times I'll say, thank you. If it's something I intend to use, maybe not the next day or that week even, but something I intend to put over into our research folder, I'll usually send a thank you back, but not always. Again, just because it's time consuming. So many hours going to just the emails. Baron, for the rest of my life, I'm going to, I already read that. Yeah, there's palm pistols with laser sights, but have you ever used a laser sight? You still have to get the sight focused. You can't do that in a quarter of a second. Why are people married to the palm pistol? Show me the palm pistol, not a circle in the back of the pocket. Show me a palm pistol. Show me the palm pistol. Now it's possible. Look, is it possible he used a palm pistol? Anything's possible. It's absolutely, there's a possibility there's a palm pistol somewhere. I just find it highly unlikely. Let me word it that way. I just find it so incredibly unlikely that I don't spend the valuable, precious time we have to prepare the show. I don't spend it on palm pistols. And I'm surprised Zach did, frankly. But that's his show. Sorry, I didn't send you an email. Hey, you don't have to be sorry about that. You never have to be sorry for not sending me an email. I promise you. We'll be just fine without an email. No, I'm just kidding. I built whole shows around some of the email tips. Now, granted, typically, if I do that, I will let you know I'm going to do that and make sure, because some people are like, please don't use my name. So typically, if I do that, I've contacted you. I did a video due to the heart hand photo on YouTube. It's the Daughters of Rebecca and the Order of Odd Fellows. This Judeo-Christian ethics frat focuses on core command to educate the orphan. Do we know what that means? I don't know what that means. The heart hand photo. Orphans. I don't know what it means, Dom. I'm trying. Part of the reason Philadelphia wants to attack Iran is to claim the Levant. The IDF military patch explains a lot, allegedly, IMO, but I'm correct. What IDF military patch? See, that's what I'm saying. That I would love to follow along with that, but I don't know. I think we're getting towards the end, guys. I think we're getting towards the end. Talk to our grumblers. Almost to the end here. It's 4 hours in. People are going to be furious. I'm going to get emails saying, I can't watch your videos. They're too long. But Baron, love the show. Thank you for all you do. Would you please give your thoughts on Wolves of Finance video from earlier today when you have time? I have. In detail. Like 3 hours worth. When the and I'm not being smart, Aaron. When the show posts with a transcript, it'll be a few hours because it takes a few hours for them to transcribe it. Go back and just do a Control F for Wolves. You'll see it. And I discussed it 12 or 15 different times, maybe 20 times. So that's not me being a smart aleck. That's me just saying it would be better for you to do that and just read the transcript. It would be better to do that than me to try to recap it again. Is it possible that Trump wanted conflict with Iran to cut off trade with China? We already cut it off with Venezuela. That's the only thing that seems USA first. Again, I'm not a fan of killing people to affect commerce. That's a little bit like what happens in a robbery gone bad. Like you kill someone in order to take their $20 away from them. Or you kill someone in the commission of you're knocking over a liquor store or something. And you have to, like, that's criminal by its nature. War, in my opinion, my belief on war, the just war theory, war is, oh no, we've been attacked. We need to fight back. Or, oh no, they're about to attack us. We have credible information that they're about to attack us. They're gathering on our southern border. They just put 400,000 troops in Mexico. Like, that's when war is just. Attacking Iran to affect commerce in China, that bothers me. That really bothers me. It's noble, yes. In 2008, my friend's son was killed in Baghdad at 18. As bad as it was, she still would not allow anyone to talk about our president then. She said her son died so people could open their mouths. I'm not going to belittle that. I'm not going to belittle that at all. But I would argue that had the Iraq war not happened, my freedom of speech would not have been impacted, like, at all. I would still have been able to say whatever I wanted to say, whenever I wanted to say it. Not ever. But that neither helped nor hindered my ability to speak. But I understand that's a terrible situation. I'm not going to make light of someone that lost a child. I cannot imagine a worse scenario in life. It's the worst scenario you can possibly imagine. So my heart goes out to her. My son is a Marine in 5 in and 3 to go. He too graduated college and refused to go officer and instead enlisted. Hate that we're at war. Please pray for my boy. I will. I can imagine you hate war more than I do right now. And thank you for that very generous contribution, Diana. Baron, please add look into the Victor Marks connection. He's running for governor of Colorado. Very weird background. Watch Sean Ryan 3 episodes. You want me to watch 3 episodes of Sean Ryan? He posted a pic with Erica Kirk 3 days after taking Warrior Princess home. I have looked into Victor Marks, and I've actually built a little small file on him. Granted, it's only like a 30-minute dive. It was not deep, but I didn't see anything in there that I thought warranted a show or anything like that. But maybe there's more there that I haven't seen. Can't believe it's been 4 hours. I can. My bladder can. No, I shouldn't say that. The doctors are going to start freaking out again. I'm just kidding. I don't have to go at all. I'm good. I don't have to remotely go to the bathroom. 2005. Sorry. Correction duly noted. Guys, it's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun. I do have to go. It's been 4 hours and 5 minutes. You guys are troops. Absolute champs for hanging in there with me. Do we have enough likes, or do I have to oh no, we're good. I was gonna say, I didn't know if I had to chastise you guys tonight. Thank you so much for all your generosity. Thank you for your support. Thank you for liking the video, subscribing to the video. Thank you for sharing it with your friends, clicking the notifications. Thank you for your generous contributions that keep the show, frankly, going. I've had this real I've had several advertisers trying to come on the program, and I've been pushing back. And I'm like, hey, the listeners are supporting right now. You know, I'm not in this to be greedy. They're being very supportive. They're being very generous. I don't want to make them sit through ads if they're going to support the program. So, you guys keep this mostly ad free, at least from my perspective. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your generosity. Love each and every one of you. I do. I genuinely do. I love this community. I'm not trying to be sour tonight. I'm very down. I despise war. I hate it. I hate war. I hate it. I hate it. And I understand people have different opinions on different wars. I'm not telling you what to believe, but it weighs on me. It weighs on me. I'll perk up. I'll perk up. I promise. I'll hang in there. You guys hang in there. I'll hang in there, because ultimately we know Jesus loves you, and that's what matters. That's what matters. That's where we're all headed in the end. Got to make a determination one day or the other what happens on that end. So, guys, have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow night. I should be here tomorrow night. And if I'm not, I'll let you know, but I should be here. And in the meantime, get a good night's sleep. We could all probably use a good night's sleep after the last few days. Thank you.